morning, everybody. Time being 5 p.m. I will call to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for May 19th, 2021. I will note that due to risk of exposure, potential spread of COVID-19, the Park Board has added options for comments to be submitted to its meetings and hearings under authorized under Minnesota State statute. Commissioners are calling into this meeting, and the meeting is viewable via live webcast and TV options. It's also posted to the website 2 days after the meeting. I will ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here, and I'm not able to turn my camera on right now.
Okay. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
With an addition, right?
I will note that there is an addition to bring up from committee the item 2021-217.
So I would move the agenda with the addition of item 2021-217.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, the 5th of May, 2021.
So moved.
A motion, to have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. I'm not seeing any discussion, and I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson. My apology, Commissioner Severson, was that an aye?
Yes, ma'am. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. With that, I'll turn it over to our superintendent for an update on the park system.
Thank you, President Cogill and commissioners. Great to see everybody tonight. And, I'll begin and share all the wonderful things we're doing within our park system.
Here, over here, Victor.
Oops. Okay. All right. Ice arenas. Not sure where golf is up, but that's okay. Ice arenas. Parade Ice and Northeast Ice arenas continue to operate under COVID restrictions, and staff have been educating the public in the Minneapolis restrictions versus other city requirements. A huge thank you to the Ice Arena staff for their hard work and dedication to providing safe environment for our users following the mayor's directive. Aquatics. Aquatics is running at a fever pitch, preparing for our preseason opening at Weber Pool, Natural Swimming Pool, Nokomis, and the Worth on Saturday, May 29th. Concurrently, MPRB continues to teach weekly American Red Cross lifeguard classes and coach the junior swim club. Adult athletics. MPRB's first ever spring indoor broomball season is coming to an end this week. Over 50 games were played in April and May, and the program will continue to expand. Currently, over 300 teams are participating in our spring softball and kickball spring leagues. With playing restrictions easing, we are offering 3 new 8-week leagues, which will begin in June. The offerings include men's and co-ed softball, as well as co-ed kickball. Someday I'm going to join the kickball program and hope I don't injure myself, but it sounds like a lot of fun. So maybe President Cogill and I will form a team. Golf. May has been a strong month for golf with the weather warming and many playable days. Worth Par 3 hosted the Seltzer Land event on May 15th, and hundreds of people experienced the special event on the course. The drainage project at Columbia remains on schedule, and plans for the clubhouse at Meadowbrook and storage building at Gross continue to move forward. Part of that. Okay. Youth gymnastics. The girls are excited to be back in the gym and participating. There is one regular season meet remaining before the citywide meet, scheduled on Saturday, May 22nd at North Star Gym. What you see below is a picture of the Audubon gymnastics team stretching before the last meet. Pretty cool. Rec Plus, Lyndhurst Park Rec Plus. Amy Melcher from the Lyndhurst Neighborhood Environmental Committee visited Rec Plus to show the kids how she helps with the Lyndhurst Courtyard Gardens. She enlisted the help of the Rec Plus kids to get the area ready for spring and the growing season. The kids then took what they learned, weeded, and cleared out the planter and put in plants that they can show their parents every time they come and go. Recreation centers, McRae Park. Staff provided 21 seniors and care package of a flowered plant to signify April showers bring May flowers, and welcome them back in person outside programming for May. Longfellow Park Adaptive Youth Yoga is on Tuesdays from 5 to 6 o'clock p.m. The Walt Dietzig funded program has 5 youth currently signed up and is off to a very good start. Fuller Park, 13 bankers walk into a park, and what do you get? Garden beds weeded and mulched, raised garden beds repaired, and new ones built. Many thanks to Team Aubin from US Bank for readying Fuller Park for the summer recreation season. Thank you to them and the volunteers. This is fantastic, and we really appreciate it. About our volunteers, you know, it's just really great work, so thank you. Lake Hiawatha, Nokomis, Sibley, Pearl Parks. Flowers were purchased from the local flower shop for the preschool kids to make the Mother's Day bouquet at Pearl, Nokomis, Sibley, and Lake Hiawatha. The project was enjoyed by the preschoolers and staff and put huge smiles on the moms' faces. Here's a photo of the Pearl kids with their bouquets. Loring Park, offering free senior virtual gentle yoga on Mondays and Fridays at 8:30 a.m. Practices follow a central theme of focus and combine short flow sequences, longer holds, and restorative poses. Participants will do a series of poses to connect the body and breath with the intention of focusing the mind. Wade Park. Here's a prime example of how great the new Comcast Lift Zone is at Wade Park. There are no longer connectivity issues, and we can now use the smart TV to capabilities we couldn't before. Here are a couple of kids who are following step-by-step instructions on how to draw. That's exciting. Forestry, a hopeful sign for some return to normalcy. Elmer the elm tree visited the first Minnehaha Creek duck race sponsored by the Field Regina Northrop neighborhood group. This was Elmer's first public appearance since 2019. Welcome back, Elmer. In the photo, Heather Suseg from McCrae Park and Forestry's Hugo Tadeo pose for a selfie with Elmer. It's good to see Elmer back in action. NPRB launches Turtle Nesting Study Project. NPRB water quality staff have initiated a pilot turtle nesting study area west of Thomas Beach, in an area where many soft-shelled turtles have been observed in the sand, along with shoreline and cruising the water last year during nesting season. Since nesting generally begins in mid-May, fabric fencing will be installed at this location this week and will be present until mid to late August. The site will be set up to mimic a successful Three Rivers turtle nesting sanctuary on Medicine Lake. Signage at the site will ask patrons to remain out of the area and provide education about turtle behavior. The site will be monitored by a hired ecologist and volunteers. The trail cameras may be utilized to monitor nesting activities. Park Police have approved the site and use of trail cams to monitor the turtles, and on-site signage will note that trail cams are in use in the area if they are utilized. The project will be evaluated at the end of the season to determine if protected turtle nesting sites will continue beyond 2021. Really exciting, fascinating. Athletic fields, asset management, athletic fields. Spring maintenance to our over 273 athletic fields is off to a great start. In early April, maintenance staff working with trade staff have been busy working on getting irrigation turned on, fertilizer down, along with aerating and overseeding on the fields to get them ready for the busy playing season. Pictured below or pictured on screen are other upkeep activities at park amenities, such as the batting cage at Bryn Mawr, getting set up, and reconstruction of the batter boxes at Parade Stadium. The rebuilding of the boxes is not a yearly activity, but only as an as-needed basis. Planning, Bassett Creek Park Playground improvements. The play area near Morgan Avenue North is now open. The safety surfacing was installed and cured over the weekend behind a sturdy fence to avoid unwanted footprint impressions. On Monday, May 17th, the play area swings were installed and wood mulch surfacing spread evenly throughout the play containers. A few small items remain, like installing the last of the picnic tables and growing some turf grass. Thank you to the patient neighborhood and park visitors who waited so long for a new play and picnic area. And with that, one more thing before I turn this over to Director Weissman. I wanted to just add a couple of things. One last thing. Each day, members of our park police department do a really good job in challenging work. This past weeks have been really particularly difficult for our city and our park system. Even so, our officers have responded. And I'm just going to read three things real briefly to give you an idea of what the work we do every day. On Tuesday, May 11th, officers from the Minneapolis Police Department were dispatched to Plymouth Avenue Bridge on a report of a person in crisis attempting to jump off the bridge into Mississippi River. A Minneapolis Park Police officer, Officer Scott Rethwell, was nearby and responded also. The person in crisis had gone over the railing prior to officers arriving. Multiple officers and citizens held the patient up through the railing. The person in crisis had gone limp, and if the rescuers could not hang on, he would have fallen into the river. Officers and citizens held on to the patient for approximately 9 minutes until the fire department could safely bring the patient over the railing. This person in crisis was able to get the medical attention they needed because of the rescuers. including our park police officer. On Thursday, May 13th, while attending an Eid event at Botno Park, an elderly person experienced a medical emergency. Two Minneapolis Park police officers, Officers Brian Woodfield and James Cannon, were the first emergency personnel to respond. The patient was unconscious, not breathing, and without a pulse. Officers performed CPR on the patient for several minutes before the fire department and paramedics arrived. The actions of these officers gave the patient the opportunity to survive her medical emergency. The last one, on Monday, May 17th, officers in both Park Police Department and the Minneapolis Police Department responded to a report of a shooting near East Phillips. There were two shooting victims. One of the victims ran into the park and collapsed near the soccer field. A park police officer, Officer Lynette Unke, Minneapolis officers located the victim, who had been shot in the leg and was bleeding from a femoral artery. A tourniquet was applied by the officers and the bleeding was stopped. This was a chaotic scene with unknown suspects still on the loose. Without officers stopping the bleeding, the victim certainly would have perished prior to the paramedics even arriving. I wanted to share that with our community and with our board of the work that these folks face every day. And I can tell you that many times I receive many emails of the work that's being performed by our officers in saving lives. So I just wanted to share that with our board. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Director Weissman to give a report, financial report on the coronavirus pandemic, or COVID-19. Director Weissman.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora, President Cogill, and Commissioners. I'm providing you a financial status update through the end of April, so through April 30th of this year. Next slide, please. So in our general fund, again, we are watching our fees, fines, and other revenue line. You'll see that our actual revenue through April 30th is down from actual revenue as of April 30th of 2020. And again, that's because the beginning of 2020 did not have the COVID impacts that we are currently experiencing at the beginning of 2021. So we're still hopeful that the converse will happen as things open up and activities roll out and begin to happen. We will hope to see additional revenue coming into the general fund. On the expenditure side, we also have savings in our wages and fringe, our material and supplies and contractual services are all below the percentage recognized as of April 30th of 2020. So we have the offsetting expenditure savings to offset the revenue losses that we are experiencing. So for 2021, we do expect to utilize our fund balance. And again, that is due to the excess fund balance allocations that this board approved at the beginning of 2021. Next slide, please. And again, with our available, our general fund excess available fund balance, we have just under $1.4 million that is available, which of course we will be watching how our financial forecast moves along in 2021. Next slide, please. So on the enterprise fund side, as the superintendent reported, in his earlier forecast, golf is doing very well. The golf courses opened up earlier in 2021 compared to 2020. The activity at the golf courses are at a high level. So we have upped our projected year-end revenue forecast for golf to be above our current budget. And again, we will monitor this throughout the year. If usage changes or weather changes, we will make adjustments as we go on. Expenditures for the golf courses are up compared to 2020. If you remember, in 2020, we had reassigned staffing to golf as different areas were closed, and we reassigned staffing to the golf area, which ended up saving golf some expenditures last year. We don't have that same situation this year, so we expect that our expenses will equal what we have budgeted this year. Next slide, please. Use and events permitting and concessions. Again, these are two areas that were heavily impacted by the pandemic in 2020. So we're hopeful as this summer rolls out that we will see revenues growing in both of these areas as, again, the rollbacks are happening with the executive orders and CDC guidelines have changed. Parking, you'll see, is starting to recover. We're slightly ahead of the revenue collections that we had in 2020. So again, we're hopeful that those revenues will continue to rebound. Next slide, please. For ice arenas and the sculpture garden, we are showing steady revenues. And again, we'll watch the sculpture garden going into this summer season and hope to see additional revenues coming in here. Our COVID impacts at this point are being held in a pot in total and will be spread out through the business units as it becomes clearer how COVID is going to impact the various business units within the enterprise fund. Next slide, please. So we're projecting that our net income from operations will be just under $2.4 million. We have $2 million of improvements planned, as well as our debt service payments. So we do expect to use some of our reserves in 2021, but again, that is planned usage for the public improvements that had to be delayed in 2020 that we are going to complete in 2021. Next slide. And I will open it up for any questions. Oh, sorry. Encampment financial update real quickly. Sorry about that. Next slide, please. So for our encampments through April 30th, we do not have very much activity as far as support goes with maintenance, BIFs, and waste management. Very small charges related to mostly towards the beginning of the year. We do have legal expenses, and we have support from our community, and I'm going to say their name wrong, the Community Engagement Violence Prevention Department that is working with people experiencing homelessness in our parks. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wiseman, Superintendent Bangora. We do have a slide up that's about carpentry, so I don't know if we want to move that back. We do have a few questions from commissioners. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I had a question about the turtle pilot science. I don't remember exactly what it's called. I forgot to write it down. And I was making notes on the numbers from the presentation, but if we do collect trail cam footage, are we going to be sharing that footage with the public? Do we have the ability to do that? Do we require any special permits from the DNR? I follow quite a few naturalist and outdoors pages on social media, and the trail cam footage is always, it's always interesting to see just how animals are interacting with the environment around us. So do we know if that's part of the plan to help educate the public about this project?
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich. This is Jeremy, and I believe my understanding of it now is the trail cameras are to monitor. The initial pilot is to monitor just if there's turtle activity. As far as like taking it a step further into like the eagle nest camera type approach that people tune into, I think that's yet to be seen. We, again, at this point, this is our first summer of doing this. We've often heard from folks that, we need to do something about the turtles, and we started with, turtle crossing warning signs, and then we wanted to engage an expert, and that's what this work is starting with the monitoring and the pilot of signage. And so there's potential that we'll get to that level of an MPRB turtle cam that you can tune into, but for now it's more about monitoring.
Okay, and I guess what I was thinking was more along the lines of, should the trail cam capture turtles laying eggs or something, that we'd be able to share some of that footage. Last summer, walking around Minneapolis with my nephews, we got to see a turtle that had dug a nest and was laying eggs, and it was like the most fascinating thing that had ever happened for them to have witnessed in the park. And to be able to share that experience with a broader audience, I think it would be pretty beautiful to help share that.
Sure, and that's something we can definitely look
in the turtles themselves getting their jobs done, right?
I think sharing like clips of the footage, I think, is something we need to look into. I was thinking more along the lines of the live look-in camera stuff.
Yep.
So, okay, we can take that into consideration. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate being briefed on this initiative. It's very exciting.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. We have time. We have like 2 minutes, so time for one more question here before open time. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Kogel. This may be a little bit longer of a question. I have a few of them. What are the $2 million in improvements, if you could remind me, from 2020 that will come out of the enterprise fund this year? Or excuse me, what will be the improvements that we're going to work on?
Director Wiseman, Superintendent.
President Kogel and Commissioner Severson, the improvements that are planned in 2021 includes the Minneapolis concession building, if that is passed by this board. It includes the Meadowbrook Golf building, which will happen in 2021. And it includes some emergency repair and ice arena smaller projects, and then a series of our rehabilitation program for the enterprise fund, so that we can do assessments on the buildings and identify a prioritized list for each of the rehabilitation programs that are needed in this fund.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That helped answer my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. The time being now 5:30 p.m. Move us into open time. We do have 3 speakers signed up for open time. Open time is the opportunity for the Board of Commissioners to hear from the public. I'll allocate 2 minutes for each speaker this evening. Due to COVID restrictions, folks are calling in to speak, and I'll note that we allow speakers to address the board on any topic. We just ask that you refrain from using any discriminatory or harassing language, and that you refrain from discussing any pending personnel matters. Our first speaker this evening is Jeff Hagstrom. Is Jeff on the line?
Yes, they are in the room now.
Great. Jeff, you can go ahead and begin your remarks. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and if you'd start by stating your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cowgill and all Park Board Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hagstrom. My partner, Remigius Clevis, also known as Johan, and I reside at 1261 West Minnehaha Parkway in Minneapolis. We have a wonderful front yard garden full of flowers and various decorations. This includes a garden and a boulevard. The Minneapolis Park Board is trying to make us remove the garden in the boulevard and a newly constructed retaining wall that was built last fall. We had no idea the wall was built on public-owned land, as most homeowners do. We assumed the property extended to the edge of the sidewalk. We have been ordered to take down the wall and restore the boulevard, even though that boulevard garden existed many years before Johan's purchase of this property in 2011. We feel we are being unjustly singled out because we know of many other properties with similar infractions. This garden adds beauty to the Minneapolis Park experience. The abundance of flowers helps the pollinators of Minnesota. The retaining wall helps soil erosion and water runoff from entering the sidewalk and the parkway. The decorations in the gardens delight children and many others who see them. The cease and desist letter was received on April 15th. We immediately offered to meet with staff members of the Park Board, but no one responded. Of the cease and desist letter, Christine Downey, with Mr. Cleves on May 4th, but would not explain why we were being singled out, and also took no responsibility for the issuance of the letter. On April 28th, local Fox News did a story about the property, which aired the same day. That evening, Commissioner Londell French visited our property unannounced. He had not known of the cease and desist letter until seeing the report on television. He was very nice and offered some advice, including speaking to this board at open time. On May 11, we started the petition to demonstrate neighborhood support for the garden to the Park Board. The second television news story on KSTP aired on the 15th. We now have over 1,000 signers. We converse with many of the signers and are astounded by the amount of public support and the many who believe the infractions in our garden have been unjustly singled out. They express hope for us and wish us the best of luck. Social media has also kept them all informed. We have now submitted an application for an encroachment permit. We both live on limited fixed income, so we cannot afford a licensed surveyor. We respectfully request the Park Board Commissioners to grant a variance for the garden and the retaining wall and waive the requirement for a licensed surveyor. If in the future there is a need for the destruction of the wall or the garden for utility, street, or sidewalk repair, the variance could be revoked at that time. The neighborhood has indicated its strong support for our garden. We ask for your support and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for your comments. Our next speaker is Brian Mern. Is Brian on the line?
Yes, we have them online.
Hello. Very good. Brian, I'm going to ask you to mute the live stream. We can hear it in the background.
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. Brian, you have 2 minutes to address the board. If you could state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and go ahead.
All right. My name is Brian Mern. I live at 3104 Holmes Avenue South in Minneapolis in the Echo neighborhood. We've lived here for 8 years. I live here with my wife and my young daughters. I'm calling in support of Resolution 2021-217, the resolution approving the refectory rebuild concept on B'dai-Makaska, where Lola and the Tin Fish were located. We were all sad when the Lola restaurant burned down. The northeast corner makes a great place for a lot of people. It's fun to see everybody get together down there and enjoy the food as well as the sunset on the east side of the lake. The other side, you wouldn't be able to have the sunset, and it's not the proximity to uptown. I just want to thank the planning committee for bringing this back to a vote, and I hope the board approves the plan as submitted and voted on by the community. The people I've talked to in the neighborhood are excited, and we're excited about the new refectory building. So thank you for the consideration again.
Thank you very much for your comments, Brian. I've been notified that the third speaker is not able to join us this evening. So that does conclude our open time commenters. Moving on, I am actually returning to the superintendent's report. I'm told that there is one more, I guess, node of information that the superintendent wanted to update us on regarding the carpentry training pilot program. So, Superintendent, please do take it away.
President Cowgill, this is Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I can speak to this briefly if that's all right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Certainly. So, Commissioners, this is something we're exploring, and Superintendent Bangora wanted to share the status of this with you. This is an effort to try to take some of the youth initiatives that you've been doing and tie it to other needs we have in our system. The basics of this, can I go to the next slide, please? The basics of this will focus initially on trying to align rehabilitation of some of our historic and iconic homes, leveraging the actions that the commission that the board has taken related to job and life skills training for youth, partnering with Hennepin County and what would be a pilot program, and if successful, might be implemented more broadly and expanded, and that we would start with the Art Godfrey House in mid-June on an effort that we've been trying to get aligned around carpentry improvements on the outside of the building, and have been unsuccessful because the bids that we have been that we've received are excessive. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the Art Godfrey House. Its condition is similar to what we have at the Stevens House or the Longfellow House on the exterior, and it requires selective replacement of some of the wood soffits and trim board, and replacement of some of the existing wood siding, caulking at windows, doors, and trims, and then we also have the protection of the work site. So the building is not truly a designated historic homes, but we have it in that same category as the Stevens House, the Longfellow House, and we'll be looking at how we have been looking at how we can make some envelope improvements to this building. Can I go to the next slide, please? What we've been exploring with Hennepin County, at least initially, and what we're calling a pilot program, would be a 3-month program where we would bring 6 trainee participants in to work a full work week at $15 per hour. They would be instructed in their work by 2 journeyman carpenters. The program would exist with 4 days in the field, 1 day in the classroom. The MPRB would pay for the trainees, their personal protective equipment, and the basic tools that they would need. We would pay for the materials, and Hennepin County may be able to pay for the cost of the journeyman carpenter as trainers in this effort, although we think we have dollars to be able to participate in that as well. So this is trying to, as I said, align the historic homes with training for youth age 18 to 24. Because of the use of power tools, Hennepin County, as our training partner, would require the youth to be at least 18. So this would be focused on 18 to 24-year-old Minneapolis youth. Next slide, please. So as we look at this, we'd be starting this year, as I mentioned, June 15th. If we can get everything in order or around a pilot program, if this is successful, we could expand that. The normal program that Hennepin County offers is a 6-month program. And we would continue to focus on our historic and iconic homes that are noted on the slide. And really, if this program is successful, there is potential to expand it to training and other other programs related to our trades and even forestry. So we are in the exploratory stages of this. In fact, it's happening very quickly. Superintendent Bangora wanted to make you all aware of it because it is kind of a unique opportunity to marry two of the initiatives that the board brought forward last year, related historic and iconic homes and youth jobs and skill development. And that is it. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Do we have questions on this or any other aspects of the report? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. This is Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I don't know where you went, but if you could come back. So I always appreciate seeing that we have new training programs. I'm interested in understanding how this integrates with hiring that the park board is doing and potential pathways to future employment with the park board or other governmental agencies. Are we exploring how that will work as part of this pilot and how it would integrate into job opportunities and needs that the system has as part of what we're exploring?
President Cogill and Commissioner Musich, you're hitting on exactly what we're trying to get to. We'd like to explore this a little more with the unions so that there's even that path towards employment. But this is intended to bring, even though it's a rather intensive 3-month program, bring necessary basic skills to folks who wouldn't otherwise get them, and hopefully make them employable by the park board in particular, or other public agencies or entities that could give them gainful employment.
Okay, and will we be working with the trainees to assist them in identifying future employment opportunities as part of the program?
Commissioner Musich and President Cogill, yes, we will. I noted that this is a program that spends 4 days in the field and 1 day in a classroom. The classroom portion is intended to build not just basic life skills, but job seeking skills and beyond just the basic skills you would need in this case as a carpenter.
Okay, excellent. And how would we connect interested Minneapolis residents to this program to apply to participate?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, I think if you had somebody, maybe for now, direct them to me and I will get them to the county staff. Because this is happening so quickly, we are relying a lot on the resources of Hennepin County. I should mention that this is a program that I became familiar with as they were teaching youth restoration activities at the historic buildings of the Upper Post of Fort Snelling. And the county staff that we've been working with is really enthusiastic about building this program with us. But we're not sure how we move or how we select the 6 participants yet. So if there are names, please direct them to me and I'll make sure we get them directed to the county staff.
Okay. When you have a little bit more hammered out ideas about how people can apply for this, it'd be great if you could share that with the board as a whole. And I'd be happy to share that with the folks on my mailing list and via social media.
President Cogill and Commissioner Musich, we will do that. In fact, we actually want to be documenting our efforts here, using other youth potentially to show how this work is happening, and the things like you saw last time with News with Nora. We would love to have her out there interviewing some of these folks as they learn new skills.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Any other questions from commissioners? Not seeing any. Thank you, Superintendent, for the report. All the updates, exciting stuff happening in the system. Let's move on here to our consent business. We have 2 items. I ask for a motion on resolutions 2021-210 and resolution 2021-211.
So moved. Second.
Resolutions have been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolutions? Any discussion? Any discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 absent.
That carries. Moving on to reports of standing committees, I'll ask Chair Meyer to read the resolution.
On behalf of Planning Committee, I move Resolution 2021-201, a resolution approving the concept plan for Loring Park playground improvements.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the Loring Park playground improvements? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. Exciting to see this come forward to Loring Park and update some of the play equipment there. There are a lot of folks that use that park, and a lot of new apartment buildings actually that just came online in the area. So this is certainly timely. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne, Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Chair Meyer.
I move Resolution 2021-203, a resolution approving agreement with the Logan Park Neighborhood Association for fundraising, implementation, and donation of the Logan Park Pavilion to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
That resolution has been moved, and is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne, Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Chair Meyer.
I move Resolution 2021-204, a resolution approving a letter of agreement with the University of Minnesota related to future encroachments onto East River Parkway at Fraser Hall, 106 Pleasant Street Southeast, Minneapolis.
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Meyer.
Yes, I have an amendment proposed to this. The objective of the amendment is to try to avoid the situation we had with De La Salle, where we made an agreement where they had to, replace their tennis court, but it took, I don't even know how many years for them to do that. So in discussing that with staff, they suggested that we put into the agreement that we're making with the university a 3-year requirement. So that's the intent behind this. So I move to amend the resolution to add an additional resolved clause, which would read, resolved that the Board of Commissioners requires that the reference to land exchange be accomplished within 3 years of the date of execution of the letter of agreement.
An amendment has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Amendment has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion to the amendment on Resolution 2021-204? I think that is a prudent amendment. I appreciate that being brought forward by Commissioner Meyer. I'm not seeing any comments or questions from commissioners, so I will ask the Secretary to take the roll on the amendment to Resolution 2021-204.
Certainly, and first, I didn't catch the second. Can you restate who that was?
It was Stephanie Usage.
Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Bourne, Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Now I'll ask for, now I'll ask for a vote on the main motion. I'm not seeing any other hands raised to discuss the resolution, so I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on the resolution 2021-204 with the amendment that we just voted on.
Commissioner Bourne, Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Moving on to reports of standing committees, the Administration and Finance Committee, Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2021-205. Resolution awarding a construction contract to Minnesota Native Landscapes, Inc. in the amount of $810,755 for Kenilworth Channel naturalization and shoreline stabilization within the Minneapolis chain of lakes regional park per bid event number MPLN 1440, pending approval by City of Minneapolis Procurement Division and Civil Rights Department, authorizing administrative use of a 10% construction contingency of up to $81,075.50 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract, and further authorizing the transfer of $235,000 from the Regional Park Operations and Maintenance Fund.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded by Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Musich has her hand up, and I'll call on her first.
Thank you, President Cogill. On April 28th of this year, Minnesota Native Landscapes changed their name to MNL. Do we need to update this resolution to reflect that new name?
Thank you, President Cogill, Commissioner Musich. I did also receive that notification and did reach out to our contact there, and they noted that they are operating under both businesses while they make their transition to MNL. So I do not believe an amendment is necessary.
Fantastic. Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate you having looked into it in advance so that you're prepared to answer my question today.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne, Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Severson, Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French, Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye. Aye. Can you hear me?
thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Severson, Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 3 absent.
That resolution carries. Chair Forney.
Thank you. This is awkward. I am going to recuse myself on this item. Should I read the motion?
I think you should delegate this to the vice chair.
Who's not present?
Who is not present. In that case, I'll read the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney. This is a resolution. I'm moving resolution 2021-206, which is a resolution approving the First Amendment to the January 1st, 2013 ground lease agreement with the Minneapolis Rowing Club, MRC, thus allowing for the option to share portions of the lease premises for the purpose of operating paddle share and allowing for replacement of or improvements to the boat houses, not the bath houses. Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. It's noted that Commissioner Forney has recused herself. Any discussion on the resolution?
I would just like to say that I'm recusing myself. I am a member of this club, although I don't have any financial benefit. I think that for interest of just transparency and potential of anybody misinterpreting anything, I would like to recuse myself.
That is noted. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French. Commissioner French.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney has recused herself. Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill. President Cogill.
Aye. My fault.
You have 5 ayes, 3 absent, 1 recused. This is a lease. We should get legal opinion on how many votes you need.
Yes, Council Rice. It looks as though we have 5 votes.
We need 6.
Oh, I couldn't hear that. What was that? I need 6.
Yes, we need 6 is what he said now.
Okay, so that does
6 votes required for a lease.
understood. So that does not carry. Moving on to resolution 2021-207, Chair Forney.
Sorry, y'all. Resolution 2021-207, a resolution approving amendment number 4 of exclusive rights agreement with the city of Minneapolis and the development team led by United Properties for collaborative efforts related to creating a coordinated plan for the Upper Harbor Terminal.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? For discussion, I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on resolution 2021-207.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes and 3 absent.
That carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2021-208, a resolution approving amended policies and guidelines governing use of the park system.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah. Can staff update me on like what are the changes on how things will work for the parkway closures from the status quo? I mean, I see, you know, a lot of red lines in the document that, you know, say that we're going to follow the MUTCD. I was under the impression that we already had to. So what are the actual like changes that this will bring?
President Cogill, Commissioner Meyer, staff have worked with our internal stakeholders on being sure that we've been more concise in the language in this permit regarding these particular areas. The parkway closures are to require approved traffic control plan consistent with the standards outlined, as you said, by the Minnesota Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices before we will issue a permit. And we'll look to our internal staff and vetting team to ensure that we have appropriate methods in place and any appropriate traffic control personnel in place to do so. Not all that different, but wanted to be more concise in saying this. We were looking at opportunities to tighten up the permit language so we can continue to issue permits within our capacity of our available park police officers, and recognizing the frequency of events and how often park police officers are available during any given interval, all while collating with our board policy on the limited number of parkway closures per parkway section per month.
So are people going to notice any difference in practice after we make these changes, or are they just kind of you know, putting into writing what has already been happening?
President Cogill, Commissioner Meyer, I don't think that general public will notice any difference. The permit policy lays out foundation by which we issue permits and work with our permit holders to help to produce events on park property. So in short, no.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Not seeing any. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Moving on to unfinished business.
President Cogill.
Commissioner Severson, did you have a point of information?
Yeah, I apologize. I was having technical difficulties. Is it possible that I can be recorded as a yes on the rowing club agreement? I was trying to get back in as soon as I could.
I'll ask our counsel whether or not that is possible, or whether or not we've had to move on, or we'd have to have a motion to reconsider. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Severson was having technical difficulties and he wants to be entered in the record as aye. I think that he can do that, and then the secretary could declare the result.
Okay, if I'm not seeing any objection from other commissioners, I will allow for that and ask the secretary what the vote count is.
President Cogill, your new vote count for 2021-206 is 6 aye, 2 absent, and 1 recused.
Okay. And in reversal from my past calling of this, thank you, Commissioner Severson. That means that the item resolution 2021-206 carries. Moving into unfinished business, we have one item here. It's resolution 2021-212. I'll move this resolution, which is approving an amended fundraising agreement with Voices of the Roses, a nonprofit corporation with 501c3 designation with a fiscal sponsor agent in the Minneapolis Park Foundation, an incorporated nonprofit with a 501c3 organization for fundraising related to the Lindale Park Rose Garden. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would just like to thank the Voices of the Roses for their ongoing support of the Rose Garden and their desire to continue to seek additional funding to support the modernization of the way that we grow roses in Minneapolis. Thank you.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Oh, sorry, I already said all that. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Much appreciated. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Not seeing any. I'll echo Commissioner Musich's points and much appreciated the good work that's happening here for Voices of the Roses and the work that they've done over the years. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. We have 2 discussion items this evening. The first being a park naming discussion for 2 park sites, Cipro site and the Tower side signature green space. I will turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent to kick off this conversation, and then we will have a bit of a presentation and a little bit of discussion and guidance from commissioners about naming opportunity at these sites.
Thank you, President Cogill. I will actually let Carrie Christensen start out, and then I will come in next.
Good evening, President, Board of Commissioners. Tonight we're going to share an update on a naming process that has been long underway for 2 new parts in the system, as well as just providing a little bit of context on the naming policy in general. So we're going to first start with Secretary Ringgold or Deputy Superintendent Ringgold discussing and sharing a little bit about park naming policy. And then I will cover Towerside signature green space. And then Director Adam Arvidsson will talk about Cipro site. So we'll sort of have this trifecta presentation, and then we'll open it up for discussion, and we'll start with similar order. Any questions about the policy in general, followed by a discussion about Towerside signature green space name nominations, and then finally ending with Cipro site. It'll become more clear as our presentation progresses. Thank you so much for having us.
Carrie, I think we've lost your audio here.
Oh no, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you just fine, Carrie.
Maybe it was just my computer.
Thank you. All right, so without further ado, the next slide, please.
Thank you, Carrie. It's always a great opportunity to spend some time with the board talking about our naming policies and procedures. So I appreciate this opportunity. We have a couple of things that guide us as an organization around naming. First and foremost, our charter, 6.2 of the charter under powers and functions has a section F regarding realty, and in that section it talks about requiring a supermajority vote for certain actions, and in particular those actions related to buying, leasing, or name, or renaming realty with at least 6 affirmative votes. So at the core of where we begin the conversation around naming, we begin with a 6-vote requirement. In addition to that, we have a layer of policy established on top of that. Our policy has not changed. We have been working on some modifications to policy that would allow for naming for monetary contributions. But at this point, we are still working under policies related to naming for non-monetary contributions. So there are several different aspects of the existing policy. The first one allows for naming for geographic or historic names appropriate to a building or site or a park. A second one of these policies allows for a name which depicts its function. We also have the ability to name after an individual whom the board has determined to have a substantial contribution to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. We also have the ability to name after an individual at the local, state, national, international level who in the board's judgment put forth significant effort or substantially promoted causes which furthered the goals and objectives of the board, which the board has for the Minneapolis Park System. And then the fifth part of the policy itself talks about naming after an individual may not take place until at least 2 years after the person's name has been nominated in writing. And currently, as commissioners know, we are working on a modification to the naming of the Croning building in North Minneapolis, and that is moving through that 2-year process because it has an individual's name within it. However, that 2-year, if you read this policy in its entirety, that 2-year is really focused on naming after an individual. So there may be leeway if you're not naming after an individual for a naming to not take as long. So in addition to charter and policy, we have several procedures, and these procedures go into pretty considerable detail, especially in terms of how to address a naming of a park in relation to an individual. So there needs to be a nomination. And that's kind of the core function of some of the work we want to do with you tonight, is that in some of the cases that both Carrie and Adam will bring forward, there have been community processes that have resulted in many possible names. And so we need to get that down to a single nomination to move forward with. Once we have a nomination, then there's a series of steps we do to ensure that community is notified, council members are notified, correct staff are notified, neighborhoods are notified, so that there's good awareness of the possible naming or renaming of a particular park or site. There is a requirement specifically for 2 public hearings, and that is really benchmarked around the naming for individuals. And in particular, the vote cannot be taken 2 years before. It has to be taken after 2 years of the nomination. Might be a better way to say that. At those public hearings that are referenced, there's the at-large commissioners, and the commissioner from the affected district must be in attendance. And if those commissioners aren't in attendance, the nomination is immediately void, but it can be resubmitted. There are other parts of this procedure that are less specific to naming after individuals and provide additional guidance in terms of thinking through how the name change might impact individuals living adjacent to an area. So in particular around a roadway name, the impacts to residents that would be adjacent to that roadway would include things ranging from legal documents to driver's license and other types of documents that would need to be changed. So it the procedure asks us to consider that. And then if the park falls within the regional park system or provides a citywide function, there's a consideration of looking to the Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, as well as the State Historic Preservation Officer, to get feedback on those name changes. If we do rename a particular park, the history of the existing name should be considered in part of the evaluation process. And then the procedure also provides the board with some consideration in terms of factors to look at when considering a renaming or a nomination. And one is the enduring quality of an individual's contribution to the park system in comparison with those of historically significant individuals after whom parks or park assets have been named. The opinions and responses of local residents and neighborhood organizations, as well as staff research and recommendations. And again, focusing back on this regional piece, for regional parks and park assets, taking into account comments from the Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, as well as the State Historic Preservation Office. So those items really highlight what our current charter says, what our current policy says, and procedures that are in place. A few of the gaps in the existing policy and procedure is a method for determining nomination of a name for a new park that has multiple name suggestions resulting from a community engagement process. And those are two parks that we'll be focusing on tonight, the Tower Site Signature Green Space and the CPRO site. But there are also others on the horizon, and that is, in some cases, we might have multiple nominations for renaming existing parks. Or we might be trying to determine what a nomination process looks like for an existing park, and Sibley is certainly a candidate in that category. Again, the previously identified gap that we have that we've been working toward a solution on is naming for monetary donation. There is a policy revision pending on that particular one that we hope to bring back to the board yet this year. So tonight, what we are really looking for through this discussion item is to gauge commissioner preference around possible names. And then from there, what you will see come forward to you is a resolution that would set the direction of approving a possible nomination. So we'd have a single name to work with for each of those parks. And then following that, then we'd follow the naming procedure after that nomination is approved by the board. And with that, I believe we will move on to Carrie to provide information about the Tower Side Signature Green Space.
Thank you. So the park that is, I can hear an echo in the back. The park that is now coming forward before you is a relatively new park in our system. Next slide, please. It's nestled in what is starting to be known as the Towerside Innovation District, and this is a master plan for that district that was approved in the East of the River Park Master Plan. You can see the blue line that traces through the district is actually the proposed route for the Grand Rounds Missing Link. And then the park that is going to be discussed tonight is just kind of to the bottom left of this master plan. Next slide, please. And here's a closer look at it. So it falls in the Prospect Park neighborhood, very close to the University of Minnesota, adjacent to the Prospect Park light rail station. And this is a new park for us. It came online in 2019. And there's a really exciting new community garden space, light rail plaza. There's an open green space for the residents. It's a district that's newly emerging in terms of residential density. And there's also an adjacent stormwater park sort of space that is actually managed by the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization. So a really interesting kind of shared space and extended park happening in collaboration with them. Next slide, please. And again, this is approved in the, adopted in the East of the River Park Master Plan. And it has no name. So we've been calling it Towerside Signature Green Space, which was sort of a holdover from the developer that we worked in partnership to develop the park with, and then ended up purchasing the improved park from. And so here is these are renderings depicting the park in pretty accurate depictions of what it looks like today. Really lovely picnic pavilion. If you haven't been over there, highly encourage it. It's at 4th and 29th in the Prospect Park neighborhood. Next slide, please. So again, the developer has, or the community has sort of referred to it loosely as the Towerside Signature Green Space, since it falls in the Towerside Innovation District. It was formerly Prospect Park Community Gardens, was the name of the original garden on the site. There was actually a temporary community garden there that was in place for several years, and the community garden that is there today looks different, but is it's managed by the park board. But holding true to that original nature of the site, or that more recent nature of the site. Malcolm Yards, there's another developer working on a significant portion of the Towerside Innovation District, and they refer to their area as Malcolm Yards. So you may have heard that term applied to the area. And that's near the Transit Way, which is the University of Minnesota Transit Way, which is an adjacent landowner to the park as well. So Towerside Innovation District, again, is the name of the district. So it's just to provide a little bit of geographical naming context, ownership context for the site as we consider what to name it. So Bridal Veil Regional Trail is called out in the master plan, and that is intended to be the future name, which has not yet come forward as a nomination, but the future name of the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which again was that blue line tracing through the master plan, intended to go all the way up, traverse across the rail yard eventually, and all the way up to St. Anthony Parkway in Stinson. Another sort of interesting point of context for the site is that United Crushers grain silos, people call them United Crushers, they've had sort of colloquially, the grain silos are adjacent to the site, so there is a really industrial history of the site as well. And then finally, Green Fourth is also a name that people have applied to the street adjacent to the site. There's a lot of really interesting stormwater management and new amenities that have sprung up as part of the Towerside Innovation District public realm improvements in partnership with the watershed district. So just to provide a little additional context for the site and all the names that have sort of been in play as we think about the name of this park. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned earlier, one of the unique things about this naming process is that we had the opportunity, similar to CPRO, to engage about what should we name this park as we were designing it. So as a new park, we were out in community having conversations during the master planning process and then during the designing process. And so we were able to integrate this question of, hey, and also, what do you think we should name it and why? So we shared multiple options that came forward in the master planning process with community, had them rank it during the design process. In addition, we had, I think, a year and a half of engagement during the master planning process, followed by a 2-month design process with multiple in-person engagements and an online survey, along with intercept surveys during the design process. And during that design process, heard from 124 folks via survey filled out by local community members, students, gardeners, LRT riders, and neighborhood organization sort of participants. So pretty good engagement in terms of who we heard from around naming ideas as well as the design concept. Next slide, please. So these were the names that were put forward in the ranking during the design process. So we solicited nominations for the new park, and we asked whenever, as per the naming policy, we asked, what name do you recommend, and then what is your justification?
Parking was a straw that broke his back. Look, first defamatory post appears on Fraudster the day after Avery.
So this is the ranking of the top the names that were listed in that survey. So Bridal Veil Gardens was one of the contenders, receiving 8% of the vote for the bill, and then Malcolm Yards was also a contender, receiving 18%. Prospect Park North at 19%. Towerside Park at 26%. But then we also had a fill in the blank with other name ideas, and that was at 58%. So it was very clear that there was lots of other ideas. So next slide, please. So we're bringing forward now the names that came out of sort of the fill in the blank option. And again, the majority of the preferences included these options that were not on the predetermined list. And that includes these 5, I'd say really were the most popular. They came out again and again in that survey as name suggestions. So number 1 is Mary Alice Park, excuse me. We could go back to the slide, please. And then a name of significance for Dakota people, the name of the African-American family who lived in Prospect Park in the early 1900s. That was discriminated against by the neighbors. Number 4, nothing to do with the word tower, so it does not get confused with Tower Hill. And then 5, something to do with garden or park to kind of, bring to light that there's a community garden there and the history of the more recent community garden history there. Next slide, please. So out of that list, we bring before you 3 recommendations. And what we'd love for the board to do tonight, so following Adam's presentation on CPRO, is to think about which one of these, if any, would you like to nominate to be the name nomination for this park. And then we'll go through the procedures that were outlined by Secretary Ringgold, bringing it forward through a public hearing and a more formal nomination process. The nomination will be prepared by staff based on your guidance. We have a quick point of clarification. I see a raised hand.
Yeah, Commissioner Musich, and just for clarity, I'm wondering, is it possible for us to have this discussion while it's fresh in our minds on the Towerside site first, or is it everybody's recommendation that we wait till the end?
President Cogill, absolutely. I think it's absolutely, if we'd like to have it. We can also come back to this slide, so we're open to.
Okay. Very good. Commissioner Musich?
I have a clarifying question. So are you asking us to add these names to the names that scored highly amongst people already, or are you asking us to make a nomination from these, ignoring everything else that scored highly enough to be considered separately?
So our recommendation, based on the results of, the majority of folks being interested in a name other than the ones that were ranked on the initial list, is that these three name ideas rose up to the top in terms of preference from the community engagement efforts. And so these are the 3 that we suggest are considered, but absolutely we can open it up for a larger discussion and consider the names on the other list as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm not interested in nominating a name that is tied to a person in any way, shape, or form. I think we've seen that parks named after people tend to need to be renamed at some point in the future. So I'd prefer that we stay away from names that are associated with people. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I would agree that I have a preference to avoid naming things after people. I would also like to avoid any names that are too similar to other existing park names. And I think that's the case for Towerside. So I was kind of surprised that it got the highest ranking out of those that were put forward, because there's already a Tower Hill, and that Tower Hill Park is the one that's next to the tower side. I mean, the thing we're temporarily calling tower side is not next to any tower, so it doesn't make any sense. I think that would also apply. I think both of the things we just mentioned would apply to Jackson. I mean, which Jackson are we naming this after? I guess there are a lot of them. But I certainly would not want it to be, I wouldn't want anyone to think it's Andrew Jackson. And the other thing is that we already have, Jackson Square Park. So that would be confusing. And so I prefer not to have those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Could you carry the Dakota language term? Can you?
Yeah, so if we can advance forward, I could give a quick context for each of the names.
That'd be helpful, yes.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, we asked for name, ideas, and then justification to go with that. And so this particular name was named after the African-American family who lived in the Prospect Park neighborhood in the early 1900s. It is featured in the documentary Jim Crow of the North. They were discriminated against, harassed, and protested because they were not welcome as Black residents living in a primarily white neighborhood at the time. But they persevered and raised the Jackson children, including Marvel and Prospect Park, despite the traumatic experiences. That was a sample of the justification for naming it after the Simpson family was another significant family, African-American family that lived there around the same time as my understanding, not being a local historian, but that is with the little research that I've done and the justifications that were provided. Next slide, please. So for Mary Alice, not park or garden, again, from the early 1970s until 2016, Mary Alice worked as a realtor and restorer of old homes in the Twin Cities. She was active in community leadership for the Prospect Park East River Road Improvement Association and was involved with Hennepin Historical Society, the Minnesota Historical Society. She co-authored the book Under the Witch's Hat and illustrated 2 children's books. So there's quite a number of nominations related to her. Next slide, please. And then finally, the Dakota language term, and there's an asterisk there, because this idea was brought forward in several sort of ways more broadly. And I think certainly staff would recommend additional engagement with tribal leadership and Native communities to determine, to do more research and more engagement on this idea. So, and this quote is from someone that had provided a justification for one example of a term that might be used, which is the Dakota term for North Star, and also related to this idea of how everyone of all different backgrounds can come together in unity to call Minnesota home, just as Dakota people have for centuries. All right, so those are just a little more context on each of the names that came to the top. And but I'm taking notes. And so out of this, we absolutely can continue the discussion, and we'll prepare a nomination to continue the discussion at some stage. But I like to open it back up for commissioner discussion, ideas. Commissioner Musich.
Oh, I was just going to finish it.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
For the clarification on the Dakota name and everything. I guess I disagree about the fact of naming it for people. I mean, our most recent things that we have been naming have been after people. So I'm not sure that I do agree with that. Persuasion and everything. And I guess, Carrie, what was confusing is that initially you presented Tower Side, the various ones, and you put the percentages on there. And so I think we were feeling that, oh, well, then obviously Tower Side got the most. And so that's why I think we're a little bit confused as far as what the community's response to these 3 names. Can you give a little bit better understanding? I mean, were there 10, were there 50, percentage, something? Because I would really like this to be a community decision rather than just purely us. So
yeah,
so there was a little bit of confusion there.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. And this is new ground for us to navigate as well, so thank you. So President, Commissioner Forney, if we do want to go, we could go back to the slide, the previous slide that outlines those percentages, and I can clarify here. So just to be clear, yes, Towerside Park rose up to the top on the predetermined ideas that have been generated during the master plan process. But then during this deeper dive into what the name should be during the design process, 58% of respondents came up with other ideas. And out of those ideas, the 3 that we've brought before you were the most popular.
Okay,
so
that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm going to go with Vice President Vita, followed by Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would just like to add that, you know, I like naming things after people who are deserving. There's this story about the Marvel Jackson Cook family I wouldn't know. So this would be a great way to highlight some folks in our communities that, you know, we don't hear about every day, but that's one way that we honor them is by naming things after them. So I like naming things after people, especially folks who we wouldn't necessarily know about. Thanks for bringing this forward. This is pretty interesting how community came together on this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I guess I would agree with Commissioner Forney in that I'd prefer to see the community doing some more directing of the direction they'd like to see the naming go. Since they had so many choices, I'd love to see us allow for some winnowing down of those choices to be done by the neighborhood in which this park sits. I don't know if it would make sense to also have them consider, since it looked like from the master plan, now that I pulled it up, the primary purpose of this park is community gardening. If it might be appropriate to consider Wazupi, which is, I believe, how you pronounce garden in Dakota, as one of the choices to be considered in that winnowing down of naming choices for this space. Yeah, because just with the feedback we've gotten so far, it seems like there's not a whole lot of consensus around what the park should be named when there was a ton of choices on the table. So now that we have like the top 2 choices from the initial list and then 3 new choices, perhaps we could go back and ask for additional input from the neighborhood in which the park is located.
May I just a little point of information, share a little bit more context? So thank you. So there's also the we'll have a public hearing, which is also a great time to hear from community, and we'll broadly share out, of course, as we do with public hearing procedures, and broadly advertise the nomination process at that point. So we do have that opportunity to do additional community engagement on the nomination idea and the nomination conversation built into the naming policy procedure.
But for the nomination, we can't nominate 5 choices. We'd have to nominate 1, right? Yeah, and I don't feel that I'm ready to nominate 1 choice at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney for the second time.
Thank you. I think almost all of us know that names are very, very personal. They're very, shall I say, intimate. You know, whether you choose Fred or George, you know, to name your kid, whatever, it's a huge process. And I guess all I would like to do as a commissioner is to extend to the community. This is an opportunity to share your values, I'll call it. You know, do you want it to be honorific? Do you want to be historic? Do you want it to be cultural? And I feel like in some ways, all 3 of these are acknowledging that, and it should be the community who embrace. What do they embrace the most? instead of us making that decision. I have no idea if, I mean, nobody's going to know whether or not Jackson someday is going to be a not so good name, or Mary Alice Kopp, or whatever. But all we can do is, like I say, embrace what the community brings to us. And like I say, you know, it's their choice what their values are. And we should be honoring that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I appreciate the discussion, and I thank you, Carrie, for the overview and considerations here. There's a lot to think about. I'd agree with the Vice President. I really think that Marple Jackson Cook Park, as long as it's associated with some sort of description of the history that brought about that naming, is a really good way to go. I hear the need to have community engagement. I think that, you know, right now we're sitting with kind of nothing, with a kind of innocuous name, and moving forward and generating the discussion as opposed to just putting back on a neighborhood might be the way to get that discussion and back and forth going in the first place. And I also think that, you know, considerations of equity sometimes require the leaders who are actually making the decision about the names to kind of look into this a little bit, consider it, have this discussion, and maybe try and at least suggest something. So that's my initial thinking is that first name seems really good, especially if it's picking the full name. I'm open to having a broader discussion, but the equity consideration I think is really important. And since there's been a little bit of work done to kind of investigate history here, if we are going to have additional conversation with the community group or whoever the public really means here, you know, we do have a neighborhood association. We also have U students and folks who travel in the area and people who work in the area. There are a lot of different constituencies. At least we're doing some initial work to kind of present some options that take into account larger historical contexts. So I'll pause there, and is that enough, Carrie, or did you need?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioners. I may just ask for if Secretary Ringgold has anything to add around if we were to move toward a nomination, Marvel, Jackson, Cook, Parker, Garden, what would be could you just remind us of the procedures? So there's a 2-year period built into our policy, and I think some of the vetting that we're discussing, you're bringing up here, might be built into that process. And I don't know if there's anything more you can share, Secretary Ringgold.
Thank you, President Cogill and Carrie. Yes, if we move forward with a naming after an individual, it's a 2-year basically nomination period, and it requires at a minimum 2 public hearings. I believe the first one needs to be within the first 6 months of the nomination, and the last one needs to be within, I want to say, 2 or 3 months of the final. I'd have to pull back up that slide to be confirmed about it, but there's a timing for each of those public hearings in relation to that 2-year time period. And then we need to have at-large commissioners and the commissioner from the district at both of those public hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. I'll turn it over to Director Robertson for our second discussion on naming.
Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. I'm going to take over here and talk a bit about the CPRO green space, or the CPRO site. I do want to reiterate on the conversation about process too, that we recognize that this is somewhat imperfect. We're trying to find a way to ensure that the policy is followed, but also to honor the fact that people do bring a lot of different ideas to the table. So this is really meant to be a balance of that. And I should reiterate that if we bring a nomination forward, and if that begins moving through the process, and if for some reason a board decides that that's not the appropriate name, a nomination can be withdrawn and we can start over. And that is why there is a waiting period, and it is why there are public hearings. So by making a nomination, we're certainly not locking into that being the name of the park. You would make that ultimate decision after a thorough vetting. So the CPRO site, if you could go to the next slide, Secretary Ringgold. The CPRO site is a small park that was acquired by the park board for free from Hennepin County. It sits immediately adjacent to the Midtown Greenway, which you can see at the bottom of this graphic. And it is between 10th Avenue and 11th Avenues South. It is adjacent to and kitty corner from the Midtown Global Market in the Midtown Phillips neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the CPRO site is 1.65 acres. It was the site of the CPRO grain elevators. Those were demolished by Hennepin County when they purchased the site. That was done alongside the development of the Midtown Greenway. The CPRO grain elevators were the last rail customer in the Greenway. And so essentially the Hennepin County bought out those grain elevators in order to secure the Greenway for trail. Hennepin County has constructed improvements on the site, which includes an accessible bike and pedestrian path to the Greenway, seating, and native plantings. In addition, throughout the years, the Midtown Phillips Neighborhood Association has provided funding to the site, community engagement, and programming in partnership with Hennepin County. In January of 2019, many of you may remember this, this Board of Commissioners did approve a land transfer of the site to MPRB, and that was a free transfer. You approved a concept plan for the site, which you saw a moment ago. You accepted a $300,000 grant from Hennepin County to do phase 2 improvements on the site, work that we are intending to execute this summer, and you initiated a naming process. Next slide, please. Shortly after that January board resolution, staff did open and advertise an online survey to solicit name ideas. Similar to what Carrie has done with the Towerside Signature Green Space, we essentially had a survey running to solicit open-ended ideas for the CPRO site. We did at that time coordinate with Midtown Phillips, notify them of the survey, and we encouraged advertising engagement. I do believe they did some of that. The survey actually remained open for more than 2 years, and it closed just recently in April as we began to prepare for this presentation. That survey garnered 230 responses. And I know maybe all of your eyes darted to the bottom of this as soon as the slide went up. So I have to chuckle and tell you that Parky McParkface, or derivatives thereof, actually garnered 22 votes, which was one of the higher vote getters. I'm not going to talk about Parky McParkface tonight. We're going to talk about some other ideas, but in the spirit of Boaty McBoatface and Plowy McPlowface, we do have those interest in that for this particular park. Next slide, please. On a more serious note, the survey responses do range quite widely, but there are several emergent themes coming forward for the CPRO site. 48 responses out of the 230 do suggest naming for specific people other than Prince. We'll get to Prince in a minute, but none of these namesakes garners any more than 3 votes each. So what that has told me is that there's really no groundswell for a particular person in terms of naming at the CPRO site, unlike what we saw at the Towerside Signature Green Space. The main themes overall include these 5 that rose to the top. Midtown Park, or something very similar to that, garnered about 9% of the total vote. Greenway Park was about 8% of the total vote. There was a constellation of names that referenced Prince Rogers Nelson, Purple Rain Park, that was about 5% of the vote. And names referencing specifically CPRO or grain elevators in honor of the history of the site garnered about 4% of the vote. In addition, there was a small cluster of names, of ideas for names in other languages other than English. And these included 4 different language references, including Ojibwe, Dakota, Swedish, and Spanish. Next slide, please. So I want to go through just really quickly a couple of things that people were saying about some of these different name ideas, just so you can hear what the community was thinking when it brought these forward. So in terms of naming something Midtown Park, Midtown Common, or Midtown Gateway, people were saying that it simply describes the location that many already know. the paths connecting the Midtown Greenway. The park is literally a gateway to the Midtown area of Minneapolis. It is simple, straightforward, and quickly calls to mind where it is within the city of Minneapolis. Also, the neighborhood could gain some solidity by having a park that honors its name, similar to Powderhorn Park nearby. And the last one is it would be a celebration of the special area, which has seen a lot of revitalization and community spirit in recent years. It would give folks who live in this neighborhood, like me, a feeling that we can take pride in where we live and keep us dedicated to a place rather than remembering a single individual. So those are just some quotes from the survey for the name Midtown. Next slide, please. As we come to Greenway Park, here people are really focused on the location of the park also. Simple, inviting, timeless, easy to remember, and clear about where the park is located. It's the biggest gateway to the Greenway. It's not the name of a person, it plays on the Greenway. It is simple, non-controversial, and explains pretty much right where it is. Who could argue with that? Next slide, please. With regard to Prince, there were suggestions for Prince Park, Purple Rain Park, Prince Rogers Nelson Park. I think the focus here is that Prince was really just a staple of the state and specifically Minneapolis. He's very well known. His dedication to the city warrant an honor. Prince is from South Minneapolis. The park is not far from where he grew up. I think there are several different geographies that are related to Prince in Minneapolis. The third person says that he went to high school near the park and that the amphitheater being planned there would be a perfect way to honor him and celebrate his connection to music in Minneapolis. So that's some thoughts on Prince Park. And the next slide, please. And some people talked about referencing CPRO and the grain, the history of the site, honoring the history of the area with the former name. It honors the grain elevators along with the milling industry that elevated Minneapolis. And it's a combination of the historic and the current context on the site. Next slide. So I just have some general thoughts as we close and you begin your conversation. I do want to note that one survey came from someone associated with the Midtown Phillips Neighborhood Association. They expressed frustration with the process of soliciting names in this manner. They requested to actually have Midtown Phillips perform its own community engagement to determine the name. However, I would note in contrast to that, that Midtown Phillips was notified about the naming survey and they were made involved in that. There are several respondents that did specifically note that they live in the area. The survey was open for 2 years. And so there probably was a lot of opportunity for people who live in the community to learn about this and to contribute their thoughts. I also want to note that there seemed to be a general feeling at this park in particular that a location-based name would be better than naming the park for a person. There was only one person around which there was any consensus at all, and that was Prince. And then I would say that the names in the non-English languages here were quite varied as to subject and language, and there was very little consensus around them. I think it would be very difficult to pick one that would appeal. There was just not a lot of cohesion around it. I believe that is my last slide. Could you flash forward just once, Secretary? Yeah, let's come back to naming on the horizon after we have the conversation about this name. So with that, I will turn it back to you, President Cogill, to talk about the CPRO site, and I'm going to take notes.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Just want to note, and correct me if I'm wrong, this survey occurred before the murder of George Floyd, right? Like it closed before?
It's been, President Cogill, it's been ongoing and open consistently throughout the past 2 years. So it only just closed this past April.
Okay, and did we do any promotions associated with it over the past 2 years, like consistently, or were ideas coming in through that whole time?
President Cogill, ideas were trickling in through that whole time, but less so in the recent memory. It was really promoted more in the beginning and not so much, and certainly not around the murder of George Floyd.
Okay, that's helpful. Any comments or questions from commissioners regarding this naming discussion or any of the items that Director Arvidsson just brought up? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. So the Midtown Park suggestions resonate with me a little bit more than Greenway Park. since it's more indicative of the location. The greenway is really long, and to call something that might confuse people about where it would be if they were trying to find something based on location. I don't really have additional thoughts on the other names that were suggested, although Parky McParkface did make me smile when you brought it up, just because the silly names they always make me laugh. Although I do not think we should be naming a park Parky McParkface, despite the hilarity that ensues when people suggest such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney.
Once again, I just want to support the community. I believe that they should be the ones that are choosing this. The only thing that I'm just curious about is, was the word always park? Naming is so a part of placemaking. One of the parks I was going to bring up was Annie Young Meadows. I mean, there's just, it just has a quality about it. And I didn't know if the Midtown Park, and I can't remember what the 3 different words were that were they kind of suggested, or were they put in, or were they actual names that the people came up with? I mean, Midtown is that area, so I see it very much as identifying the place. But just curious whether or not Midtown, I don't know, M for some sort of park-related identifier. Whatever, I'm just curious, were those people, did they bring up those names, or did we put those in?
President Cogill, Commissioner Forney, Secretary Ringgold, can we go back to the slide? It's maybe about 3 slides ago. One more.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Forney, President Cogill, these 3 names here were actually suggested by community members.
Okay.
Most of the people who voted in the Midtown sort of cluster of names were suggesting Midtown Park. However, there were a couple of suggestions each for Midtown Common and Midtown Gateway.
Thank you.
I didn't make those up.
Thank you. Not like the first one, no. Like I say, I mean, in some ways I would go towards Gateway just because it is something unique and different, but it is the community, I feel, who should be making the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Not seeing other comments. My thought here is just the adjacency to George Floyd Square, and not right there, but it's in the south side of Minneapolis. And I just wonder if, we're having this conversation today, if we'd have maybe much different or somewhat different answers. But this gets to a whole question of how engagement works and timing of those things. But I do wonder about that, as we haven't necessarily gone into thinking about renaming any public spaces for George Floyd. I know that has been something that has perennially kind of popped up here and there over the last year. So something that I think should maybe be a consideration as we move forward. The other thought I had was, well, I don't want to get too into the details of how we do the survey, but I was quite enamored by the Minnesota Department of Transportation's approach to doing naming for their plows this last winter. And I don't know, I wonder if following a similar process might garner some more broad interest and get us a little bit stronger data. I guess I'm not seeing any other questions or comments from commissioners. I don't know if I don't think that the guidance we've heard is particularly strong for one name or another at this point. but it does sound like there's some interest in broader community engagement here. I would note to commissioners, though, that the default, if we don't take some amount of action or kind of drive this conversation, is that it remains just something called a site, CPRO site. It's an acronym, I believe. It has very little meaning, and so I do see the value in us pushing something forward here and not spinning our wheels too much. It would be nice to have a bit of a different place-making, as Commissioner Forney said, feel to this space.
President Cogill?
Yes, Director Arvidsson.
I do have one final slide, just kind of a on the horizon note for the commissioners, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you go quick through that, yep, that's good.
And I'll just say, with regard to next steps on this matter, Carrie and Secretary Ringgold and I will get together and we'll figure out a strategy to come forward based on the feedback we've heard today. But I do want to let the commissioners know that there's several other parks that we're aware of where nominations have either been made or we understand there's some interest. And the key one to highlight here, there's 5 on this list, but the key one to highlight here is Sibley Park. And I know Sibley Triangle has also been mentioned. We do have a current capital improvement project at Sibley Park with community engagement this summer, and we're going to concurrently ask the community whether that name should be changed and to what. So there's a P&C in front of you tonight for that community engagement assessment and plan to do both the capital improvement project and a potential renaming. That project's going to be led by Saeed Ali out of our office, as well as with a project manager to be assigned. I just want to note that that one is on the horizon, and we expect to get some good community input and then bring something forward to you with regard to that particular park name. And the others are in various stages of completion. And that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Any other questions from commissioners regarding this entire presentation? Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. There's lots of things percolating in my head. How did we come up with the name of the 26th Avenue or Overlook? Or is that the official name?
Or I don't know.
Yeah, at this point, that site has not been formally named by the board. It would officially be part of Above the Falls Regional Park. It is not unusual for certain sites within regional parks to have names that just have always existed, like Beard's Plaisance on Lake Harriet, the lagoon at Lake of the Isles. So there are parts of parks there that tend to take on a colloquial name. In this case, I guess I don't know what the necessity would be of officially naming the 26th Avenue Overlook, or whether it would remain a colloquial name within the larger Above the Falls Regional Park.
Thank you. I mean, it's at the end or beginning, whichever way you want to look at it, the Great Northern Greenway. So that's why I was just curious. You know, it just interesting. And then the other thing is Waterworks. Is Waterworks the name of the park?
I believe Commissioner Forney, President Cogill, the same applies as what I just described. Technically, okay. Waterworks is, as it stands right now, more of a colloquial name for a portion of the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, whose name was proposed to be changed by the CAC for that master plan. So that's another open question for us with regard to names.
Thank you. You nailed it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent, for all of the presentation there. I'm going to recess the full board and turn it over to Chair Musich for the Operations and Environment Committee.
President Cogill, we do have one more study item. The Lopet Foundation is here with us tonight.
Oh, my apologies. I got them switched up there. Thank you. I will reconvene the full board and I will turn it over to Deputy Superintendent and to our guests this evening. I believe we have multiple guests here tonight. We have both the board chair and our new executive director, Claire, for the representing the LOPIT tonight. So welcome both of you. John and Claire, thank you for coming this evening. Great to have you here, and I'll turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent and our guests to go through their presentation.
Oops, sorry, 1 second. I'm giving more of the, oh no, it's going the wrong way. Okay, sorry about that. Commissioners, I'm sure you join me in welcoming Claire Wilson here for the first time. This is the new executive director for the LOPIT Foundation. I've had the pleasure of working with her over the last several months and getting acquainted and thinking about kind of next steps for some of the relationship items that we have within the lease agreement and in our operating agreement. And currently, those are the two foundational documents that are guiding our work together. And as part of those agreements, the LOPIT Foundation comes once a year to provide an update on the annual report that they have provided to us also in written form. The written form you receive by March 1st per the agreement, and then we find a good time for everyone to meet together afterwards. So at this point, you should have received both that initial annual report as well as their audited financials. If not, they are in your board packet. I am pleased to say that the LOPIT Foundation is in good standing with us, and that I will at this point hand it over to Claire so that she can introduce the guests that are with her tonight and walk through the presentation.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Can you all see me?
I think we can, yeah. Oh, I'm not.
We can see you, but we're getting an echo.
Yeah, I think that.
Shall
Yeah.
I try again?
Oh, sounds good. You're perfect.
There we are. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. It's such a joy to be with y'all tonight. My name is Claire Wilson, as Jennifer said, and I am the new executive director at the LOPIT Foundation. I started in mid-December, and just by way of very brief introduction, this is my second stint with the LOPIT. I was the LOPIT's first paid employee almost 20 years ago, and had the joy of running the first City of Lakes LOPIT Winter Festival out of a tiny one-bedroom apartment in Uptown, and ran some of our first youth programs out of the back of a dilapidated Jeep at the Worth Pavilion. And so it has been a joy to return to the LOPIT now after having spent a career in institutions really across the state of Minnesota working to increase equity and access to public programs. So it is really meaningful to me to return to the LOPIT and be here for this next iteration. Do you want to go to the next slide, Jennifer? I wanted to ground us a little bit before I introduce Mike and John and just say that this next iteration, our real focus is a welcoming and inclusive Theodore Wirth Park in partnership with the Park Board. And if you all have not been to the park recently, this new mural was just put up, and it makes my heart so happy. It was painted by the students you see there, who are some of the Northside homeschoolers who have been with us every Wednesday this winter and now every Monday in the summer. And they painted bits of Wirth that felt meaningful to them, and then an artist collaborated with them to create this mural. And so this welcomes you now at the trailhead, and it's quite beautiful. So that is what I would hope would set the tone for our quick overview tonight of our annual report to the board. And this is, as Jennifer said, our report that is mandated by our operating agreement. And it is a report on our previous fiscal year. So just to ground everybody, this is October 1, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. So we're in the pre-COVID winter and then the COVID spring. And since I actually have little responsibility for this time period, I've brought with me our board president, who is familiar to you all, John Van Horn, and then our chief financial officer, who also presented to you all the last time the LOPIT reported, Mike Berkovic, so they can help me with any detailed questions. And finally, I just want to say my transition over these past few months has been made filled with ease and frankly quite delightful by the staff-to-staff relationships between the park board and the allotment. And Jennifer and her staff have been gracious and welcoming and truly helped to ground me in these principal documents of in these agreements. So I am very grateful and very much looking forward to our partnership moving forward. So now, just slightly reversing course, we will just go over just a few of the highlights from the report that does require us to speak to the activities that the LOPIT has undertaken in this fiscal year at the trailhead. So next slide. So again, there was a very strong start to this winter. This was the first year or the second year rather, that the trailhead was fully functional and operational in the winter. We again saw a great increase in utilization. There was a 15% increase in ski pass sales. And the trails were just full of fat tire bikers and people tubing and skiers of all levels. As someone who was at the park quite frequently that winter, I can say it was a total joy to be there. 89% of users rated their overall experience as excellent. According to our agreement, we welcomed many community members during that winter as well. Over 450 Northside youth came and did day trips, so school day trips to the trailhead, and that included transportation and skiing and tubing and instruction. And then we also partnered with multiple local agencies, including Project Success and Redeemer Lutheran Church, to offer experiences in North Park over the winter. So that occurred with over 800 families. So we went through this really beautiful, strong winter. And then, as you all know, and was discussed at the previous report, we hit March of 2020, which was when we were bringing to Minneapolis the Fastenal World Cup, the first World Cup on U.S. soil in decades. And of course, that event became one of the first major events to be canceled due to COVID. And that was there's no masking over that. I mean, that was a huge blow to the organization and really to the whole Nordic community. But, then we had to shift gears very quickly into COVID. And I will say that this organization did a really good job of responding to the needs of the community in a time when there was an increased demand for outdoor activity, and really managed to continue operations through that spring and fall. Despite the fact that the trailhead had to be closed to the public, and despite the fact that there was some vendor transitions, much of our programming at the trailhead continued outside and really provided some great programming and services to the community. So you want to go to the next slide, Jennifer? The park board and the LOPIT continued to make some true investments in the park to assure that we were meeting and really exceeding the needs of the community that were coming to utilize the park. So again, the second year that the trailhead was open, it was fully opened. And then, we also had consistent and high quality grooming at Columbia and Hiawatha and the Chain of Lakes. And I will say that continued this year as well. And it is a really great opportunity to include, continue exposure to those parks while Worth continues to be so heavily utilized. We continued lighting improvements. We are still working with the staff at the park board and with our own staff to get and improve signage and wayfinding. We've continued to make improvements to the tubing hill, which is so fantastic. It's so beloved by our families. And then the mountain bike trails, the Skills Park is now open, and we've included improvements to all those trails during this fiscal year. And those, of course, infrastructure improvements are wonderful, and a lot of that was tied in with kind of preparations for the World Cup, but we still have ongoing challenges. And some of those are around creating, a welcoming environment in the trailhead, and we'll talk about those a little bit later on. But really, lighting and creating beginner and instructional areas is huge, and that's also just a huge piece of creating a welcoming environment. Our advanced skiers really have some excellent trails to ski on. They take great advantage of them, but we need to continue to increase access for beginner skiers. And so also, light some more beginner loops. And then, as you all know, if you visited the park at all this year or have been here in the past 2 years, parking is an issue. We have been working with park board staff and others to really start to dig into what some long-term solutions to that challenge could be. But it has proven to be very difficult. And even moving into this winter, we're just experiencing in this spring and summer already. I'm looking at a completely full parking lot right now. So we're trying to balance programming schedules and community demand for the building with our extraordinarily limited parking. And our partners at the Chalet join us in feeling both challenged by that and ready to find some shared solutions. So next slide, Jennifer. This just illustrates, again, where we are with our ski pass sales since we began operating the ski trails at Theodore Wirth Park. And I will say, this was a big increase for us in 1920. And I don't want to steal my own thunder from next year. So I will just preview a bit by saying that next year's bar representing this past winter will be off the charts. We're already looking at a 25% increase from this increase. So that's really almost a 50% growth over 2 years in ski pass sales. Next slide, Jennifer. According to our operating agreement, we have some thresholds for performance that we are required to meet. And I am thrilled to say that this year, or this past fiscal year, we met or exceeded all of those goals that were outlined, and those are all in your report, so you can dig into those. I just wanted to lift a few out very briefly for you and just review them quickly. One, of course, is that our operating season continues to expand. The average opening date prior to the operating agreement was January 15th. That 2 winters ago, we were able to open in late October. We had a similar opening this year. And of course, in that season, it extended to that date, which was the presumed World Cup date. We had at least 1,780 visits in the winter by our youth of color, and that is 300 were outlined in our agreement goals, and that has expanded by multipliers for this past winter as well. I'm really excited about how many folks are using our tubing hill. That has been, there is a lot of emotional attachment to that tubing hill, and we've continued improvements to the grading and to the tow rope, and we had over 3,228 tubing hill participants. That should just be tubing hill, not just paid, which is almost double what was occurring during the baseline year. We also had over 200 youth utilizing our mountain bike trails, and then 600 youth participants in camps throughout the year. And that includes our winter camps and then our adventure summer camps, which have become quite beloved by youth across the city. So those are just a few of our key highlights from the threshold agreement, and I would encourage you all to take a look at that when you have an opportunity. So you want to do the next slide, Jennifer? So according to our operating agreement, we also report on our net income from activities generated through the trailhead. And this year, I am pleased to report that net income has improved. We are still, of course, showing a loss, but that's a 62% improvement over the previous loss. And I would like to preview for you that will be different also next fiscal year. But we did have income pretty similar to what we'd had the previous year. We did go through vendor transitions, and there were some additional expenses due to COVID and the closure of the building. But we are moving in the right direction, and that is something that that's just the direction we're going to keep going for the time being, particularly now as the trailhead is stabilizing, as we have vendors in the building and we are running the rental shops or the rental shop. And, and we're looking at hopefully being able to resume activity here sooner rather than later. So then that leads me to the next slide, which is just the foundation sort of beyond the scope of our agreement. And I just wanted to touch base briefly on this because the foundation is so active in the community. And in particular, during this year of COVID, we met a need that was pretty profound for outdoor activity. So last 2 winters ago now, we completed our 15th year of the Mini Lopit, and that's of course our school-based cross-country ski program for elementary youth. That was served over 600 youth. Our junior Lopit and our Northside Adventure teams, which are, really, I think, very meaningful programs, and that they exist year-round. They provide, a set of middle school kids with an experience that is prolonged and that really allows them to do skills progression, but also really foster love for the outdoors. And so that year-round adventure programming continued to serve close to 75 to 100 underserved youth. And then, of course, our registration was just increased by 20% for our trail kids and adventure camps. It was such a strong demand for that programming. And I will say that for this year, we filled camps and programs before they were even open. It's been sort of incredible. And that's a testament to being able to meet people where they are and be flexible in the time of COVID. So finally, we can just go to the very last slide. I'm trying to get you guys through here. I just want us to think a little bit now about the future, since this report requires us to reflect on the distant past, and just give you a little bit of a sneak preview of what my priorities and the staff priorities at the Lopit are moving into this next year. So one of those is a renewed focus on the snowboarding hill. That is one area that hasn't received as much attention as the tubing hill and the ski trails and the fat tire biking and the mountain biking. But we have a group of young BIPOC girls who have a program called Cool Meets Cause, and they love this hill, and that programming has really expanded. And so we've already received some funding to put in some infrastructure improvements into the snowboarding hill and expand both that Cool Meets Cause program, but also, start to really make sure that folks know that this is an urban snowboarding hill that allows for progression and is also unique in that it's right here in Minneapolis, and you don't have to go to Elm Creek or Highland to be able to get on a snowboard. We're also continuing our commitment to our Northside partners and neighbors. And right now, as we speak, we are working on a collaboration with several different agencies to look at the greenhouses and figure out the ways that our space there on Dowling and Humboldt can be utilized in a way that is in alignment with the history of that area and its zoning for agriculture, and also that meets the needs of community members there. And so that process is going to be intentional and inclusive and is underway. We are already looking at having the demolition of the current greenhouses underway potentially this summer, because they are dangerous and they're not fit for actual growing right now. But what will be replaced, there will be another greenhouse and another growing space. We just want to improve that area and allow for safety for our kids to get in and garden. And then, of course, it's really important to me personally to continue to strengthen our relationship with you all and to assure that we are doing everything that we can to make Worth the most welcoming and inclusive park that we are able to, and that anyone in Minneapolis feels comfortable here, finds a home here, re-finds a home here. And I would have to say, particularly now in the midst of this past year and what's occurring right now, like, this park should be a solace and a refuge for all the neighbors, no matter which side of the park you're on. So we're gonna continue that commitment and do work to make this a healing place that is a solace. And then finally, when I moved here 20 years ago from Louisiana girl who fell in love with skiing, I began skiing at the bog. And the whole reason that I am here is because I found that to be a sacred space. And I still believe that this is one of the most sacred spaces in the state, frankly. And my commitment is to continue to be true to the sanctity and the spirit of this park, and to do everything I can in community with you all to allow the Lopit and the park board to be excellent stewards of Theodore Worth. So this next year will just be all about stewardship and partnership. And I forgot to have a question slide, but now's the time for questions.
Thank you very much, Claire, for the report. It really glad to have you here, and just excited to have you presenting here this evening. Do we have questions from commissioners? I think a few commissioners have questions. Start with Commissioner Severson.
Welcome to this wonderful partnership. I have a few questions, and possibly a few comments. I will say that I'm glad that the tubing space is going to remain the tubing space with the tow rope. I received a lot of complaints from the community that when they switched it back to a snowboarding hill, that they were taking our community to give it to somebody else and vice versa. And then they moved the tubing hill to where the snowboard hill was going to be. So basically tubers would have to walk up the hill. And it made it didn't look good. I'll just say that. So I'm happy to hear you guys are continuing to keep up that tubing space, as it's near and dear, as you said, to a lot of Northsiders' hearts. Can you tell me more about the flower shop on Dowling and Humboldt, or the former flower shop? I still take lots of complaints about that. The committee is saying that the Lopit did exactly the opposite of what they said they were going to do. They said that was going to be programmable space, and others said that you guys were just going to use it for storage. It seems like it's used for storage a lot. Can you give me some more knowledge on what that space is going to be used for?
Absolutely. President Cowgill, thank you for your words, and Commissioner Severson for your question. Yes, we are using this space currently in partnership with Youth Farm. They have been starting some seeds there, and we have entered a memorandum of understanding with them that includes the rehabilitation of those greenhouses, and their partnership includes Appetite for Change and multiple other partners to do that work. We do use some of the building for storage currently. But we are also partnering with a program called Breaking the Cycle to do bike mechanic training for BIPOC mechanics there. And so it will continue to be a programmable space, and it is the headquarters for our adventure programs. So it is, I have a firm and continued commitment to both programming out of there and to honoring the legacy of that space by assuring that urban farmers in the North Side have access to it.
Have you partnered with Travis, the director at Falwell, or Sarah, the director at Weber, on any programming? And I'm not really interested in youth farming right now. I mean, there was a lot of conversation about that. I think it's great. What I want to know is your organization going to teach our kids how to ski? Specifically at Weber Park and Falwell? Are we going to activate that space so the community can enjoy that space as well, as opposed to just speaking about the greenhouses?
Commissioner Severson, Ray Aponte, who is our adventures director, has been in contact with those park directors. And I don't know the status currently of where we are with skiing programming in Falwell. But I will check in with him, and we will get back to you on where we are with those discussions. As I said, bike programming right now has kind of been the focus, but we're always interested in expanding skiing opportunities outside of Worth for folks. So I will get back to you with where we are with those discussions.
Yeah, that would be great. I've asked this question for the past couple of years, and that's kind of been a similar answer that we've got. Mm-hmm. So I truly hope that we can activate both them parks and get our kids out there at snowshoeing, skiing, like you said, enjoying nature, biking. I mean, they're both really great parks. Can you tell me a little bit more about Par 3, the Par 3 golf course that I believe you folks are kind of somewhat managing now? I'm not exactly sure how that all works. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, Commissioner Severson, I can. So per the operating agreement, the park board actually still operates the Par 3. We do sell the passes for Par 3 at the window of the trailhead. And we do that in partnership with the golf operations at the chalet. But the Par 3 itself is still maintained by the park board.
Has there been any conflicts between the Par 3 and the low pit?
In this recent past, no, not that I know of, but of course, there was discussions early on when the trailhead was under construction with par 3 golfers. I would say that we are, and I have instructed our customer service. We have a new manager of the trailhead, and I have asked her to work to assure that we have some customer service folks who really understand golfing. And we are working hard to welcome folks into the trailhead, who are out on the par 3 or doing the disc golf, or, just making sure that folks understand that the trailhead is a place of connection for everyone using the park.
Yeah, Claire, I jump in there with a maybe anecdotal comment. I have par 3 golfers in my house. I'm out there a fair amount and always make a point of asking folks that are on the course and disc golfers as well. What I'm told overwhelmingly is how much they appreciate having the amenity there, the trailhead right there, that is right where that course starts and ends, and feels a little bit like theirs. Belonging to them, kind of separate and apart from the 18-hole amenities.
Good to know. Are you guys getting any revenue for doing that part of the job?
Commissioner Severson, no, the revenue from the par 3 goes to the park board, minus any processing fees that go through us. Yeah.
Happy to talk about that, though.
Okay. Last but not least, how has the rental of the Lopet facility itself been going? I know that I've mentioned multiple times to different agencies, particularly our schools. Have you guys had anyone renting the facilities from North Minneapolis?
Well, Commissioner Severson, we haven't had anyone renting the facility because we've been closed due to COVID. So we are just now restarting the rental process now that we can, have more folks inside. And our first folks who are going to be in here this month are the Link. They're going to come over to do a George Floyd open mic and memorial at the trailhead. So that will be our first, but that's not technically a rental. That's more an in-kind donation to them. But we're just now starting, to really pursue rental opportunities.
Awesome. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. Hi, Claire. It's nice to meet you. Thanks, John and Mike, also for joining us. I look forward to these presentations because Worth is my neighborhood park. I walk down there every day. I love seeing the crowds. I've adored watching the growth of Black and brown faces down at Worth in the winter months. And now with the bike tours, with the rides and young people, I'm getting to see them out. And I will just say this year, I've seen more Black kids than ever before out on the trails with some of the wonderful staff down there. I appreciate the partnership you created with Marcus and Youth Farm. I think that's awesome. They just had the big sale last week along with Breaking Bread, and I went and got some plants myself. So it was great to see young people engaged and excited. I had really good conversations with the young people about the grow houses. So thank you so very much for that partnership. And also breaking the cycle. I think that's going to be a great contribution to our community when we talk about bike mechanics and the lack of Black and brown bike mechanics. So I'm really, really excited to see this partnership and you all creating the space. That's something I'm going to follow up with. The Breaking the Cycle organization is near and dear to my heart, and I'm really looking forward to you all partnering with them. And like I said, creating the space. I see that as another opportunity. This is just a suggestion. I really do see that organization and the partnership with the Lopet as one that could be connected to parks in a very different way. I would love to see some of our young people have job opportunities through Breaking the Cycle, because it is a business that you don't see a lot of Black and brown kids engaged in, bike mechanics or, bike safety. So I would love to see that grow. You all really engage together, parks, Lopet, Breaking the Cycle, or groups like that. And then just a quick question. I know it was hard on everyone but I just want to know how Mill Valley did through the pandemic, and could you give an update on what's happening down at one of my favorite restaurants in the neighborhood?
Oh, thanks for all of that, Commissioner Viton. And Mike or John can jump in here, but I can say that Mill Valley has, it was a little bit of a rocky start, having to start during COVID, their operations, but they have been increasing sales weekly. And now, of course, they are hosting Friday night music, and that has been extremely popular. And there's just been a steady stream of folks coming in. So I anticipate that they are, and I was, again, just speaking with our trailhead director about this, they are seeing increased revenue every week. So we expect that to continue. And Mike or John, I don't know if y'all want to add anything about that, since you really ushered in the Mill Valley, you were ushering through the Mill Valley process.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that, Claire, is just how impressed and appreciative we've been as an organization with Mill Valley and their spirit of adaptability and really finding a way, like our own staff during this time. We just realized there was a real need and hunger out there for community and being in the park, and I have to say the Mill Valley people were just exceptional at trying to find, within the limitations of the environment we're operating in, trying to find opportunities to serve and provide opportunities for connection. I'm really grateful for how hard they worked and the thought they put into it to make things work as well as they could under the circumstances, especially, as Clara said, trying to get started and then just having this happen kind of just as they were just trying to get their legs under them. I've been really impressed.
Thank you. I would also just add, I think parking is going to be a problem forever, Claire. I mean, the more amenities you have down there, the more people will show up. I see a ton of people walking or biking over, but there's still a large number of cars, driving over, people coming in from all over the city to enjoy those wonderful amenities. So I don't think we'll ever not have a parking issue down in that area, because so many people love hanging out all year long over there. So thank you all so much for this presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. Thank you for, number one, sharing your energy, all three of you. The LOPIT is just, it is so energized, that whole area, and I just so appreciate it. Particularly in probably the coldest time of the entire year. I was one of the, I don't know, what was I called? A patrol or a guide or whatever to the luminary. Oh, that was incredible. How you guys adapted to that is just whatever. I mean, it just speaks to all that you're doing. I mean, throughout COVID, everything, in making people feel, I don't know, it was magical, as it always is, and everything. And you did a marvelous job through COVID and everything. So thank you for all of that. So just a couple of things. Oh yeah, I was also going to ask you, is there any opportunity of bringing the Fastenal competition back? Is that in discussion at all?
Commissioner Forney, thank you for that. Thank you, so much for being out there that night. That was a remarkable night. It really was. The coldest night of the year. And the luminary was magical at Worth, wasn't it? It was just, it was fabulous. Yes, there is a possibility. There is. We are in discussion. We are looking at both what the impact would be from a budgetary standpoint, but also just from a standpoint of being able to bring that back and sort of the bandwidth that we have as an organization. But there is certainly an opportunity, and we are deeply considering it.
Good, yay. I mean, put us on the map. Thank you. This is a couple of things. First of all, thank you so much for grooming, throughout, the chain of lakes, and, throughout, just any way that you possibly can talk to the grooming machine makers and everything about the bristles. The bristles have been found all over. And, you know, I was a part of the cleanup, Earth Day cleanup and everything. And yeah, we were finding a lot of little yellow brushes. So, you know, somehow if you can influence, we appreciate it. And I'm always concerned about, quote unquote, litter after the luminary when it is on aisles. Aisles has a unique thing, and it's because of all the reediness, I think, on the shoreline that it's stuck in there and stuff. But we do find an awful lot of residue. Whether or not it's luminary, I have no idea. Okay, but I just, you know, somehow anyway we can police our littering of at that event, but also look into the bristles. That would be appreciated. Thank you. But anyway, thanks for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Before we go to the superintendent, I'd just I'd like to say, Claire, John, thanks for coming this evening. I've appreciated over the last few months having conversations with Claire and with our area's Met Council representative, Linnea Atlas Ingebrigtsen, on just how we're moving forward. And I see a lot of that reflected in the presentation here. And what I mean by moving forward is how we're creating a welcoming space. You know, it's not just that it's a public space to be able to go to the trailhead, it's the indication of what kind of events are happening there, who's represented, who is in charge of some of those events, who's building those things, and co-creating those things with the community is really important. And seeing that art piece that you showed at the beginning is kind of, I think, a testament to that intentionality. And I look forward to working in that direction collaboratively as we move forward this year and building into the future. I appreciate some of Commissioner Severson's questions, mainly around, you know, who's going to be using that space. And I think that it sounds like we're really being thoughtful about that, and I really appreciate that and just want to highlight that. It's great to see that in the presentation. And I'll go to Superintendent Bangura. Oh, Commissioner Forney, did you have something else you wanted to say?
I apologize. I meant to ask,
Yes.
by any chance, have you tracked your sale of passes and everything like that by zip code? And if you did, you know, do you have any of that available? Just curious to see, you know, what's our reach? You know, is it from Minneapolis? What part of Minneapolis? That I think would be very helpful for us to know about.
Commissioner Forney, we do, and we can get you that information.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Cogill, for recognizing me and allowing me to speak. I wanted to not only echo what you said, President Cogill, but I want to also express my conversation that I had with Claire just recently. And I know I was talking a lot and sharing vision, and she was very kind to listen, and I was very excited. But what I realized in that conversation, Claire, you and I and how we look and how we think about this vision going forward in the low pit, but in the relationship between MPRV and the low pit. And I'm really excited about your vision. I'm excited about the commonality that we had in some of our discussion. When we talked about biking, we talked about agriculture and nature, and what Commissioner Severson said, which echoed exactly, we talked about how we connect in our recreation centers around programming, how we reach out and make those connections. And I remember the conversation that you and I had was about this networking, right? And even the space that Commissioner Severson mentioned about how you're doing youth farm market project there. I'm going, yeah, we're doing farming in our space. We talked about, you know, the way we reach out to kids and connect. And so I wanted to express my gratitude and my excitement and your vision and your excitement that you had when I was talking, and we both were going back and forth. And I left that meeting with you very hopeful and very excited about the direction you're going. Your report was wonderful. I am really excited to work with you and really reaching out and improving our connection to not only our parks and our neighborhood, but how we get our kids engaged and involved. When we start the grassroots, we start in our neighborhoods, and I'm really excited about that. So I want to say thank you for that conversation, and I'm looking forward to working with you. And I just want to acknowledge my excitement on the possibilities. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from commissioners. Thank you again, Claire. Thank you, John, for being here this evening. Looking forward to the future. With that, I will close the or recess the regular meeting of the Park Board, and I'm going to move into actually the Planning Committee. We're over to Chair Meyer.
You, time being 7:45, I'll call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here. Here.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Vice Chair Forney.
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of May 5th, 2021?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. We have one item on our agenda. It is the same language for the resolution for the Minneapolis refectory that was defeated at the last meeting, but just hoping that there is a different outcome this time. Is there a motion for resolution 2021-217, a resolution approving the refectory rebuild concept plan at Minneapolis Park within the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park? Commissioner Musich has moved the resolution. Do we have any discussion or amendments? Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I'd like to bring forward amendment. Excuse me.
Please
read it.
Yes, please.
Is Commissioner Musich able to move the amendment or move the motion?
I think she
Yes, I moved the motion.
Okay.
She
I don't know if
Mr.
my internet cut out, but I did move the motion.
Mr. President, she is, as I've done memos before, this is basically just Chair Meyer has the ability to bring this matter back in front of the committee, and he's done so. So you should just treat this as any other matter the committee would consider.
Thank you very much.
And we determined that this is, we can bring back this for consideration. It does have a different resolution number. It's 2017 instead of like 202 or something, I think. So it is different in that way that it has a different title,
Yes.
but it's the same.
You are correct, Chair Meyer.
Right. Yeah, so Commissioner Forney, please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. I believe at the last meeting, I talked about the congestion at the northeast corner that was discussed at great length in the master plan, or in the CAC, excuse me, and therefore in the master plan, it was directing to try to lessen the congestion at that area. And the sailing school and club has been eager for a couple of decades and everything. And so I would like to bring forward an amendment to begin that process, that the board Commissioners direct staff to pursue a memorandum of understanding with the Midday-McCoska Sailing School, which would jointly seek opportunities for relocating boat launches and sailing school club facilities away from the northeast corner, as recommended in the master plan to ease congestion, and explore and identify funding opportunities that might be sourced for its relocation.
Thank you. And just to be clear, are you making a motion for that amendment right now?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was a motion.
Okay. To the amendment, is there any other discussion?
I will just, once again clarify that it was a couple of decades ago that the sailing school actually did bring forward a plan for the south end. So this has been something they've been very eager. My understanding is they have some over 900 high school students that are participating in the school. Right now, they do not have any place to shelter. If, let's say, a storm comes along, thunder, lightning, it used to be that they could find shelter in the refectory, which of course we know is no longer there. So it is a real concern of theirs, safety wise for that. And they have grown considerably. As far as the congestion in the northeast corner, it is the confluence of the pedestrians, the bikers, whatever, and, trailers, boats, all the movement and everything like that, as I've possibly indicated, the former owners of Tin Fish said it's an accident waiting to happen. So they're very eager to set a path. And by this MOU, we would be able to also, they would be able to start, fundraising to make that happen. So I are eager to have people support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm interested in hearing from the motion maker on whether or not this would be a new resolved clause added to the current motion before us. And then I'm also interested in hearing from the district commissioner about their support for this amendment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, from a parliament. Oh, am I on? I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Yep, I was going to ask you if you'd like to answer. I do think it, as to the parliamentary question, I think it doesn't need to be a resolved clause. The amendment that you submitted can be just applicable to the plan. But if you have different thoughts, you can.
No, I rely on your parliamentary, and I have vetted this through staff, and they are eager to have, as I say, a path to carry out the master plan. That really is what the master plan, really highlighted, was the congestion in that corner, and this is a way to set it in motion.
That was also a question that I was going to ask staff myself. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, can you give us any thoughts that you have about this amendment? Do you feel that this is consistent with the existing master plan, and do you have any opinions about
it? Chair Meyer and committee members, I think we're encouraged by this kind of MOU. It is aligned with the master plan. As we might have talked about individually with some of you, the sequence of activities that we had anticipated in the master plan was thrown out of whack by the catastrophic loss of the refectory. So we're trying to put things back in order. This may not be exactly the sequence, but it does follow the kind of the underlying goal of trying to relocate the sailing school and its activities to a less congested portion of Midday-McCoska. So staff is as Commissioner Forney noted, staff is supportive of this motion.
Okay.
And then so I'm still confused. Does that mean this is an amendment to the master plan, or it's an amendment to this resolution and thus is a new resolve clause?
It's an amendment to the resolution. There's no amendment that is needed to the master plan. It's in the master plan to do this.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a resolved everything that's in the proposed amendment that's attached to our meeting agenda.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Oh, did I break up?
No, we heard you, but
Chair Meyer.
yes.
And Commissioner Musich, I think it would be reasonable to have this be an additional resolve clause within the resolution. It's an item that is an implementation step of the actual master plan, so I think it could live as an additional resolve clause within the resolution. Unless legal counsel would recommend another approach.
Councilor Rice, do you have anything?
So.
I think the secretary has given the committee the accurate advice.
Okay. Okay, then we'll take it as a resolved clause in that case. And then as to your second request, Commissioner Musich, President Kogel, do you have any comments you'd like to tell us about?
Look forward to support when this comes to the full board. Happy that Commissioner Forney has brought something forward that is pushing forward another aspect of the master plan. And I think that, you know, the sailing school has been interested in this. As somebody who used to sail at the sailing school, I think that it's great that we're thinking about the future for that organization.
Okay. Is there any further comment to the amendment? Seeing none, Secretary, please take the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. I do have an amendment of my own. I would like to move an amendment to amend the plan to remove any exterior fire pits. This was in response to several people who commented to us that they didn't feel that the fire pits were consistent with our climate goals. So I'm proposing an amendment to remove them from the plan. Is there any discussion or questions about my amendment? I am not seeing any. So seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
No.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 nay.
That carries. Is there any further discussion to the main motion? Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 2021-217.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. That concludes our business for the evening. So if there are no objections, I will declare the meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'm going to reconvene the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to consider the item that just passed out of committee, and then go to petitions and communications. So the item is Resolution 2021-217. Chair Meyer, would you care to move it?
Yes, I will move. Hold on, let me pull it up again. Sorry. Move Resolution 2021-217, a resolution approving the refectory rebuild concept plan at the Makaska Park within the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second? Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from commissioners on the resolution? Any discussion? Not seeing any. I will say I appreciate the work being done to bring this forward again. and look forward to our next steps in ironing out the funding and putting together the final plan and really realizing some aspects of the master plan as well with that MOU piece. Thank Commissioner Forney for bringing that forward. With that, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 2 absent.
That carries. Moving into petitions and communications, I will begin with Commissioner Musich.
Pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cogill. It's with great disappointment that, we've had 3 children shot in their heads this past couple weeks in North Minneapolis. And sometimes this is my struggle with those who don't live in North Minneapolis and clearly don't understand some of the struggles that we deal with every day, get to make decisions for North Minneapolis. One thing that frustrates me is when politicians and people show up to these shootings and the work's not being done when they sit at the dais to be able to do the work. I hope that this is important enough to every person on this commission, along with our school board and our city council and Hennepin County, that there's a real issue here in North Minneapolis, a real violence gun issue. And I hope that we stop playing the games and start addressing some of these issues. And when we're talking about addressing these issues, we start funding them. And we're not dancing around and taking sides of political people, but instead we're going to put our money where our mouths are to start addressing some of these issues so our children aren't shot and killed in North Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Oh, thank you. I just need to put a huge shout out for the enhancements that are happening in North Minneapolis, such as the 26th Avenue overlook. That was unveiled, or whatever it was called, dedicated last week. And I just find it to be such an amazing connector of the community to one of our amazing assets in this country, the Mississippi River. So I cannot thank, first of all, the foundation for the Minneapolis Parks Foundation for their stewarding this through and making it happen. To General Mills and their huge contribution of $1 million to make it happen. So it's a reality that we are able to embrace that river and bring it to the north and the northeast communities. I certainly hope that people will also acknowledge tomorrow when we will be dedicating the waterworks. That is, once again, anything to activate that river, which has been ignored for so many years. I just get so thrilled that we are continuing the progress up the river into the communities that have been most underserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
Yeah, I really like to echo the words of Commissioner Severson about the turmoil and chaos that's happening in certain parts of our city, especially the north side, and our children are being affected. So I would love to be able to figure out ways to create programming for the young men and young women who are out here participating in this fight. Let's give them something else to do. So, Commissioner Stevenson, if you want to work with me, I will work with you to try to figure out some solutions, whether we throwing resources at the issue or just coming up with some real creative suggestions. You just let me know, give me a call, and I'm with you. I will support whatever effort you have, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. Again, you know, North Minneapolis is really suffering right now. Our city as a whole is suffering. There's a huge divide and there's a lot of trauma that's happening. I'm grateful for the work that we've done at the park board to try and, you know, strengthen our resources around youth violence prevention. But of course, there's much more we can do. I hope that we continue, you know, we've had our first 2 budget meetings, and of course that's come up, that we want to continue working harder to provide opportunities for our young people. So I'm glad that that's on the forefront of all of our minds. And, you know, we continue to have conversations about it. Again, this community is hurting, our city is hurting right now. We've all done a disservice to our young people anytime we have 3 kids under 10 years old being shot in the head within the last 2 weeks in Minneapolis. And so again, I just want us to continue working hard as we've been doing, you know, the 3.5 years I've been on the board, to serve our young people and serve our young people in a much bigger way if we can.
Thank you, Vice President. Thanks, everybody, for your words this evening and for the work that, acknowledging the work we have done and the work that we need to do. It's great to hear some interest in really getting down to brass tacks and investing in our youth service, especially in the north side. New strategies. I know we've begun that work, and we're working hard to push towards the levy and towards additional investments in youth. And I'm ready to work with other commissioners, the district commissioner from the north side, our at-large commissioner who lives on the north side, and everybody else in figuring out what additional work and investments we need to make in the near term. Thank you very much. With that, I will adjourn the regular meeting of the Park Board, and I will turn it over to Chair Musich for the operations.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. So some technical difficulties. I'm having technical difficulties this evening. Am I still echoing?
No.
You're better.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh,
So
On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee.
Commissioner Musich, you are echoing.
Super bad.
right.
How do you suggest I try to adjust that?
Can you turn off your overall microphone on your computer?
Yes, my computer is muted.
And can you also mute the Zoom piece? Here, let's see. I can help with that.
So I muted the Zoom piece. Are you still able to hear me?
Oh, good, much better.
Okay, sweet. So now that I'm not echoing, on behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, I will call this meeting to order. It is 8:09 p.m. and I am going to ask the secretary to please call the roll. And I can't hear anyone anymore, so.
She doesn't say anything. I didn't know, we lost Jennifer.
Okay, so it's not me. Great.
No.
I'm not hearing Secretary Ringgold.
I think you can take the role yourself if you need to.
I will take the role now as the president here and record it for Jennifer's use later. Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Hassan. Absent. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Commissioner French. Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, President Coghill. I think I'm back.
Very
You
good.
are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can.
Enjoyed doing-
Welcome back.
Welcome. Okay.
So President Coghill, if you could email the attendance to Secretary Ringgold, that would be lovely. At this time, I would entertain.
I was able to hear it, so we're
Oh,
fine.
you were.
I just couldn't.
Fantastic. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt our agenda for the evening.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioners Meyer and Forney. Secretary Ringgold, not seeing any discussion. Can you please call the roll on the adoption of the agenda?
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice Chair French,
Aye.
Chair Musich.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
That motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of May 5th, 2021.
So moved.
Not seeing any questions or comments on this topic. Secretary Ringgold, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice Chair French,
Aye.
Chair Musich.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
That motion carries. This evening, we have an action item before us. This is returning to us from earlier this year when we had paused considering topics like this during board meetings under COVID. So you probably recognize it from when you read through the packet back then. But if someone would like to move action item 2021-213.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. This evening, we're joined by the board's horticulturalist, Kate Ryan, and Assistant Superintendent Barrick. There's a presentation that we'll be walking through before we discuss the resolution before us. Kate, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Musich. So thank you all for having me here tonight to give you kind of an update and recap on parks and pesticides, focused on 2020's data and giving you an update for the spring 2021. Next slide, please. So just kind of as a recap, since we have had kind of a break since we last spoke on the topic, pesticides are defined as any substance or mixtures of substances intended for preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pest. We get this definition from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Next slide. So thinking about what is a pesticide, we hear this term used a lot. And it's an umbrella term. Pesticides are broken down into multiple categories of products. Each category is focused on the type of pest it aims to control. Staff report on landscape pesticide uses, which include fungicides, herbicides, insecticides, and plant growth regulators. Next slide. So currently the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's Integrated Pest Management Policy, often abbreviated IPM, was last updated in 2008. So during the past 12 plus years, park features, best practices, industry advancements, and user expectations have shifted, making their current policy outdated and not fully reflective of the current work performed by staff, contractors, and volunteers within the park system. Next slide. So the MPRB manages approximately 6,800 acres of public land, and within this acreage, there's a really wide variety of land types and uses. Reporting on pesticide use is broken down by land type and then the coordinating work group. So reports on the general parkland often come from our park maintenance staff, horticulture staff reporting on gardening and landscaping, natural resource management on our managed natural areas, aquatics, forestry, our premier athletic complexes, golf, and then also planning projects. So public notification is a big piece of communicating how we use pesticides and how we work in IPM. So in order to work towards being a more transparent, having a more transparent public notification system, staff are really focusing on improving our internal record keeping. The introduction of ViewWorks as an asset management tool allows staff to begin entering application records in real time from the field. Past practice has always been like hard paper copies, and we may still do those. But having a centralized storage location of this information has been a real game changer in how we think about improving our internal record keeping to then reflect our external notification system. So our current public notification standards continue to be maintained through on-site signage. That has not changed. Really the work that's happening right now is behind the scenes. Next slide. So lacking kind of clear board direction, staff were kind of tasked with two goals. We heard from the public, from the board, community members. We heard pesticide use reductions, and we saw transition to organics become very popular. So these goals are being addressed separately as they're often mutually exclusive. Next slide. So first I want to talk about pesticide use reduction. This has the goal of lowering the overall volume of pesticide products applied to MPRB lands. Some notes about this goal. It's often focused on limiting or eliminating applications. It may include product swaps for more effective formulas that in turn require less frequent applications or lower volume applications. And it also may rely on increased mechanical control, something outside of a chemical application. Next slide. So I have a few examples so you guys can get an idea of how we're working with this information in the field. So in 2020, our natural resource staff shifted the focus of their planned herbicide applications by limiting it only to the highest designation of noxious weeds. As a refresher, the noxious weed list is maintained by the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and there are some legal requirements that go along. So we took those and we really worked with them, and the main use of herbicide through the natural resource staff was on Oriental bittersweet. It is the highest rated category of a prohibited eradicate weed, which we are required by law to control both the above and below ground parts of this plant. And this shift is not a long-term program change, but it was rather a pause while the staff were able to get clearer direction. This work is usually done primarily through Conservation Corps and directed by MPRB staff. In this chart, you're going to see the Garlon applications by volume, 2019 compared to 2020. And you can see there is a like 91 ounce decrease year over year, which is a great, huge reduction, but we need to remember that this was a pause rather than a long-term program change. But we did see a great reduction in those applications when we really looked at what do we legally have to treat, and you know, what do we want to do in the interim until we get some clear direction on this program. So next slide. Another area where we did some reduction or trialed something out was horticulture staff at the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden. So staff began to rehabilitate the No-Mow fescue lawn area on the hillside directly across Vineland from the Walker Art Center. And they did this, they started this process without herbicides. The staff dedicated probably around 200 labor hours to the 12,600 square foot turf area. And the staff estimates that rehab will take a minimum of 3 years to complete in order to avoid pesticide applications, specifically herbicide in this site. And that, that will get us back to a cleaner slate, and then we will continue to do ongoing maintenance mechanically if that is the direction we keep at this site. It is very labor intensive for a very small area, but it's something the staff really wanted to dig in and try to do and see what it would take and see how practical it is for them in the long term. Next slide. And I think our best example of staff work in 2020, I have to give it to golf. The Theodore Wirth golf course foreman, Chris Amok, worked with Dr. Paul Cook of the University of Wisconsin to implement a pesticide reduction program at the course. The program incorporated the Smith-Kearns dollar spot model into a chemical program planning. It uses a weather-based model rather than a calendar-based schedule for predicting probability of disease breakthrough. This is really important because while calendar schedules are important in the growing world, we can know what to anticipate when. Weather and climate have such a huge impact on, you know, golf, horticulture, natural resources. This was a great shift. Next slide. The program had 5 primary objectives, and I think these are really important to understand. One, first and foremost, reduce pesticide active ingredient and impact compared to past pesticide management programs. I like that goal because it's comparing us to us and not comparing us to sites that have different environmental impacts and different kind of baselines. And then eliminate the use of pesticides labeled as highly toxic to bees and have signal words of warning or danger. And then using the disease predictive modeling and implement additional science-based integrated pest management strategies. Obviously, a very important one always is keeping the program costs in line with our budget to make sure it's really reasonable for us to execute now. And then provide course quality that meets the expectations of local golf clientele. So making sure that the people using the course are still happy to continue using the course. Next slide. So this slide, I think, says some wonderful things about the outcome of the work that that team did. Over a 3-year period, these percentages are reductions. So we saw, you know, an 88% reduction in the environmental impact quotient per acre on the greens. We saw a 52% reduction in the pounds of active ingredient on the tees. These results were really, really strong across the board in all areas of the course. Next slide. So kind of looking at the other goal, the transition to organics. This is focused on replacing synthetic pesticide products with organic alternatives, including non-chemical inputs. Things to understand is this goal may increase the overall volume of pesticide applications. This goal may also increase the frequency of pesticide applications. It may be focused on a preventative plan over a reactionary plan. And then it also, similarly to the reductions, it may really rely on increased in mechanical controls. Next slide. So for the transition to organics, when we think about product selection, We often hear the term OMRI, pesticide products thrown out, or exclusive use of those. OMRI stands for the Organic Materials Review Institute. The OMRI listed seal assures suitability of products for certified organic production, handling, and processing. This designation is designed for organic producers and processors. It's not specific or geared towards land management. While the products certainly can be used in land management, that is not the focus of this seal in this group. Next slide. So looking back at natural resource management, we saw a huge reduction in their Garlon use year over year as they took that pause. But if we compare their total use of products, not just Garlon, but we look at what our contractors and our vendors are doing that also work in our natural areas, while shifting focuses for the year helped reduce synthetic herbicide use, 2 sites were identified for an OMRI certified herbicide test. Sites made up 99% plus of the total herbicide applications by volume within the natural resource management. And I apologize, my circle's a little off there, that gold circle. The little orange slice, and then there's an even tinier slice of gray on the top, are the Garlon applications in 2020. And the blue is the organic product used. So you can see, while year over year, we saw a big reduction in Garlon use and other products. That organic product did require a much higher volume of applications, more frequent applications. And the contractor that used this on the site was not new to MPRB. They were managing the sites before using different products, and they made an active switch to work with us and try some new things out. So they knew the site well and really worked with us to try something new. Still looking at how those results were year over year, because obviously the plants are just emerging. We're just starting to see weeds come back. But we did see a huge increase in volume when moving to organics within that work group. Next slide. Horticulture, another great example is the rose garden. This park historically it's a monoculture. It's a little bit more difficult to maintain. Roses have a reputation for being a little more finicky. And as we work to creating a more sustainable, environmentally friendly rose garden, you can see our 3-year trend on the left there. From 2018 to 2020, we see the total pesticide use increase pretty dramatically between 2019 and 2020. But then if you look at the information on the graph on the right, you see actually we had a huge decrease in synthetic pesticide use in that same time period. And this was because we did introduce an organics trial for 8 beds. So we have 62 or 64 formal rose beds. We did an organics trial of only 8 of them. And we did see this dramatic increase in product use as a result of that. Not saying that that's good or bad, it's just something to keep in mind as we look at the data and we analyze these sort of reports. Next slide. And then in the fall of 2019, MPRB was asked to implement a natural turf care pilot under the guidance of Beyond Pesticides and Osborne Organics. Sites selected by staff were the Fort Snelling Golf Course and Neiman Sports Complex, specifically field number 1. This program aims to transition from our conventional turf care to a natural program more focused on soil health, organic inputs. Next slide. Obviously, we know with spring 2020 planned to be the start of the pilot, the initial implementation was interrupted by COVID-19. We also had contaminated soil tests, and we had some difficulties with communication with our contractors that were setting up this program for us. And while staff were able to take some steps to begin implementation of the pilot program, they were not able to give the program the time or attention to fully execute it, especially thinking of golf. They had a real explosion in their usership, which was a great problem to have. So the pilot is planned to continue into 2021. Staff feel they learned a lot in 2020 despite the challenges, feel a little stronger going into 2021 21 to begin implementing this pilot. Next slide. And then I have a couple case studies for you. We know we're not the first community to take up this sort of work or be interested in this sort of work. A great example is in Eugene, Oregon. Eugene has currently 10 parks designated as pesticide-free. These parks are designated through a nomination process where a nominating organization will identify what contributions they'll make each year to monitoring and manually control weeds. And nominations must demonstrate a commitment to follow through. So they have partnership agreements that are issued on a 1-year increments and reviewed annually. These are very similar to our stewardship agreements that we have existing within our environmental stewardship volunteer program. And then kind of the quote that I took away from their website on this topic was, the most successful pesticide-free parks are not though are those that are already easy to maintain. Small parks with either few, small, or no landscape beds require very little pesticides to keep them looking good. You'll see some examples from their website are on the right there. That top picture really sticks with me because I look at our master plans and I look at these beautiful naturalized areas, these landscape beds, and it's very different than what I'm seeing as their example parks, which look like the maintenance program is mainly mowing. There is little to no landscaping in the few I found, besides trees and grass. I also, took away a little bit of concern about when we rely on stewardship agreements of who's getting the pesticide-free parks, where are our volunteers coming from, and which parks would get this sort of designation in our system. And when I look at our current volunteer base where we have stewardship agreements, while we have them all across the city, we do have some very concentrated areas around the chain of lakes and, areas with higher property values. So worrying about equity in this is something that I kind of flagged thinking about it. Next slide. Another good example that comes up really often is Seattle, Washington. They, in 2001, began maintaining 22 pesticide-free parks, so it's about 50 acres. And then a little more than 15 years later, the Seattle Times ran a story that revealed only 15 of the original 22 were actually still being maintained pesticide-free. And then in 2019, the mayor signed an executive order that moved glyphosate to the most restrictive category within the city's IPM plan. And this is a great example of longevity of a program and really making sure that communication is there, that public notification, and how we really stick with the program long-term so we don't have a situation where we're not able to deliver on what the community thinks that they're getting. Just kind of a good cautionary tale as we move forward. Next slide. And then I found this kind of case study for transition to organics. Well, not truly a transition. This golf club comes up really often when we talk about this topic of organic golf. The Vineyard Golf Club is out in Edgartown, Massachusetts. It's on Martha's Vineyard area. And it's a private course, and it was designated or designed as the most environmentally sensitive golf course in the world. And the golf course first opened in 2002. And then less than 15 years later, the whole course was redesigned and revitalized in 2 phases, first the front 9 and then the back 9 in 2013 and 2015. This course is extremely expensive to be a member of. They don't advertise their prices because it is very, very expensive from my understanding. And it has a wait list to get into it. But it does come up really often because they are advertised as kind of this only organic or first organic golf club, but they were really truly designed from the ground up to be suited by this. And obviously revenue sources are very different than ours and clientele is very different than ours. Next slide. And then kind of looking forward, in 2020, 2 new insect pests were identified in Minnesota for the first time. Over in St. Paul, they found lily leaf beetle, which is a beetle that affects lily and fritillaria and other plant species. And then European chafer was confirmed in South Minneapolis. And by the fall, we had already had 15 acres of turf at Hiawatha Golf Course impacted by this pest. It's a very big concern for our turf areas, specifically athletics. Next slide. And then just in the last 2 weeks, I have found 5 more sites where we've confirmed European Schaefer this spring. Those pictures you're seeing on the right were taken about 2 weeks ago at Victory Memorial Drive. We have 12 to 15 blocks of Victory Memorial Drive with very significant turf damage from this pest. It's new. We don't necessarily know the best practice yet because it's been with us for less than a year. Obviously, it's been here longer than a year, but we've only known about it for less than a year. So we do have some new obstacles we are moving forward with, and I expect this list to grow exponentially over the next couple weeks as staff gets out to work on their turf and realizes that it's not looking how they remember it from 2020. Next slide. And something I always want to bring up is that our indoor space affects our outdoor space. So our dated infrastructure and space constraints continue to challenge the maintenance staff. When we add parkland, park features, and our staff without supporting facilities, continues to strain our current maintenance infrastructure. Facilities are not always updated with best practices, policy changes, or increased regulations. Some examples are wash bays, not only for proper cleaning of pesticide equipment, spray equipment, but also like cultural practices like washing our mowers between sites so we're not carrying weeds from one space to another. Water access. We have lots of sites that don't have year-round water. We don't have water access at the Rose Garden for the full growing season. We don't have flush toilets. We don't have hand washing, sinks like that in those shoulder months. So it makes things a little more challenging for staff. And the material storage. A great cultural practice is mulching, but we need somewhere to store mulch. Moving supplies and equipment around, making sure that mulch is secure and will be there the next day when you come to your job site, are all considerations staff make when planning out IPM goals and processes for the landscapes. And these aren't just focused on safe pesticide usage, although that obviously is always part of it, but these are also accessibility to pesticide alternative practices. Next slide. So continuing the work. So pesticide use reductions and transitioning to organic land management are all rooted in a strong IPM plan. IPM plan frames the work without dictating the management solutions. Solutions are often informed by many site and situation specifics, and management plans cannot always solve for all situations or be fully inclusive. So while staff continue to push forward with the goals given, without an IPM plan reflective of our current operation, there's no commonly accepted thresholds or other parameters for the work at hand. We don't really know where we're at now collectively to move to our next step. Next slide. And I'll kind of wrap up there, and I'm open for questions as you guys have them, and thanks for taking the time to listen.
Thank you very much, Kate. Seeing any hands? Now I am. Commissioner.
You have an echo again, Commissioner Message. But I don't have any questions, but just some comments. I'm happy to see the reduction in pesticide usage, particularly in golf. The increased use of pesticides overall, with organics requiring a lot more product, but getting at least a reduction in synthetic. I don't know what we should think about that. If I'd be interested to know if those organic pesticides have any problems just associated with them still. I mean, and if it's a problem that we're using excess amounts. But for this resolution, I'm going to be voting for it. I'm pleased that it has what I believe is the first time we've ever explicitly prohibited pesticides for cosmetic purposes. Noting that it does have an exception for formal gardens, because I understand places like the Rose Garden just couldn't operate if there were none at all. My personal preference would then be to discontinue the rose garden, but I understand a lot of other people want to keep it. So I'm willing to allow for that exception, but still very happy to see the overall prohibition on pesticides for cosmetic purposes. So I will vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
I just, number one, just want to compliment you, Kate. This is really a in-depth report that we all need, and to understand what our challenges, et cetera. Just curious, I can't remember what they're called now. Worms that wiggle.
European chafer.
Thank you.
Jumping worms.
What is it?
Jumping worms.
Jumping worm. Yes, right, exactly. Yeah. Are we finding that? And is that another destructive creature?
That's a really great question, Commissioner. So with jumping worms, spring is not a great time to scout. They cannot overwinter as adults. They overwinter as eggs, little cocoons that look almost like a fertilizer pearl, like an osmocote for any gardeners out there. So we don't really, while we know they are at Loring, I've seen them firsthand at Loring, they're very dense there. We don't fully know where else they are. It has really hit the general population. Jumping worms is I'm seeing it all over garden groups online. People are recognizing them and they're looking for them. So, but late summer is the best time. The staff is receiving some training, so they know what to look for, so we can be part of the scouting program through the university. So that's on our radar for late summer, and we'll have a better, more accurate report once we get staff in the field. But obviously that's very concerning too, especially thinking about, beloved sites like Eloise Butler is very susceptible to jumping worm damage, and would be a wonderful place for them to live, but not in our opinion. But yes, that is a concern, but later in the summer, we'll know more.
Well, thank you. And I've never heard of European coffer.
Schaefer, yes.
That one's yeah, I mean, well, whatever. It's just coming from all angles. So thank you for keeping your eyes and keep us alerted. And I please, let's move forward. I think it's a marvelous path, and your depth of knowledge and presentation was very grateful. I'm very grateful for it.
Okay, and of course my view popped back up to full screen. I'm not seeing anyone else, so I have things. I too will be supporting the resolution before us this evening. I did work really diligently in the crafting of it to try to incorporate all of the feedback that I received from my colleagues when we initially discussed bringing forward a resolution to respond to the work that came out of the Pesticide Advisory Committee. So I hope that we will all be able to support it, as I've tried to incorporate a little bit of what everyone wanted in it. The presentation this evening is primarily to bring everyone up to speed just on where we're at as an organization with pesticide usage and the impacts that it's having on staff to try to further reduce and exceptionally reduce, in some cases, the use of pesticides in the system. When I saw the numbers in our report initially about the increase in pesticide usage due to the implementation of organic product over synthetic product, one of the first questions that I wanted to ask was, what toxicity exposure changes does that have for the public? Are we utilizing the equation that tries to determine the least toxic exposure potential for use when we're making these decisions? And are we, I know the amount we're using is not exceptional. I think it was something like less than a gallon in natural areas and a little bit less than 5 gallons, or maybe it was a little bit more than 5 gallons in the rose garden. But are we are we having impacts to the public beyond just the bill that they're going to get for the increased cost of the organic product? Are they losing access to the system more than they would if we were to use a synthetic product? Are they being exposed to a higher level of toxicity because we have to have more applications than they would be if we were to use a synthetic product that had to use less applications? I know there's some nuance here to how you're going to have to answer this question, but if you could try to help us big picture understand really what the public impact is of this change in management practice.
Good question, Commissioner Musich. So organics, just to kind of give a baseline, the reason we have to apply organics more and in higher volumes and in higher frequency is because there aren't, specifically speaking to herbicides and fungicides, their mode of action, as they call it, is contact. The product has to come in contact with the pathogen to be effective. The reason that we often will select synthetic products is we can find ones that are systemic. We don't have to find the pathogen. The plant can take it in, and then the pathogen will come in contact with it. So when we use organics and we're relying on that contact mode of action, anytime there's weather variances, one, just wear and tear, the product's going to wear off. Two, if it rains or we have to run the irrigation overhead, that washes off the product. So we apply more often. Rates have to be higher because, if I miss a spot on that rose where the black spot is, it's not going to work. The products themselves, just like synthetics, have a wide range of toxicity. We obviously aim for the lower toxicity rate ones, but we are very limited on what's available. These aren't being, there aren't a lot of people out there buying huge quantities of this, so we have to kind of seek these products out. We don't use high volume of products comparatively to maybe commercial greenhouse growers. So finding, purchasing a product in the right scale is actually hard for us because we want to actually purchase very small volumes. So that also impacts what's available to us. But directly to your question, yes. So when we apply more frequently, we close, the rose garden's a great example. We close the rose garden when we do an application, and we close it for whatever the label indicates, whether it's until it's dry. If there's a reentry interval of 4 hours, that rose garden will be closed for 4 hours from the time we spray until it can be open to the public again. It depends on the product. 4 hours is a common reentry interval, and a lot of other ones are until the product is dry. We obviously try to do this in the early morning when things are calm, the gardens are quieter. But yes, it's very likely that the garden is then closed weekly for a duration of time. When we do the organics. And then also we have to time them. If the weather isn't right and we hit a Friday, we probably, it's either skip the application and give the public access or risk that we've thrown off and we've let disease get too far. Organics are also more preventative than they're more preventative than reactionary. And, we always say we want to prevent, but we really like reactionary because I don't want to spray until I have to spray. And with organics, sometimes I have to guess. Weed pressure's high, disease pressure's high. I'm looking at the weather, I'm looking at the humidity, I'm looking at the forecast and going like, okay, I don't see any disease, but I'm going to spray because the factors are there. And we have to do that with both types of products. But with organic, we do need to take that a little more seriously because if we miss the window, we're not going to recover the plant. We're only going to kind of not get further into the disease threshold. So there is some factors that weigh in there. And once again, there are organic products that I wouldn't want to expose staff to. And there's synthetic products I wouldn't want to expose staff to. It's really about product selection and finding a product that works for us. And in the rose garden, we're still in the trial. We don't know what works for us. We didn't see huge success in the first year, but that doesn't mean there won't be success. We're still learning.
Okay. And we're doing a lot of different experimentation across the entire system with how we want to approach this. Is there an internal working group that is bringing together all the people that are working on these various trials and pilots to have them have conversations about what they're seeing as being effective, what they're seeing as being not effective, kind of a lessons learned agile approach to evolving the way that we utilize both mechanical and chemical controls within the system?
Commissioner, we do have an internal IPM group that meets semi-regularly as topics come up and at appropriate times of the year. But mainly these discussions are had within work groups because they are so different. Natural resources is obviously a much different approach than formal gardening would be. But those of us that have overlap do communicate really regularly. I know that I communicate really regularly with the golf course folk at Hiawatha, where the European Schaefers were first seen, and communicating with our premier athletic field staff. So those communication lines are really open, but we do have a lot of silos because the nature of the work is so different depending on the land type, but there is an internal group that meets regularly.
Okay, great. So I'm glad to hear that the folks that are doing the same type of land management are communicating regularly with each other to communicate out what's working, what's not. That's great. You had talked about changing to electronic record keeping. Is that also being adopted by the golf courses? I know sometimes they don't adopt some of the practices that are adopted by operations and environment overall as quickly. So I just wanted to verify that golf is also making that transition so that we're able to collect that data in a timely manner.
Absolutely, golf is. They've really dug in. We're still working on how quickly they can upload records, but they were able to upload the majority of their records for 2020 themselves. But we did onboard 2 new golf course foremen that we have to get up to speed, not only training, but then get them into the system. So they are actively part of the work.
Fantastic. You also talked about turf conditions at Theo and the pilot that's underway there to reduce pesticides. Were turf conditions at Theodore Wirth on the course comparable before and after the implementation of that reduction pilot?
Yes, so the golf course foreman, Chris Amok, last year was at Theodore Wirth, but he was also out at Meadowbrook. So he actually started the pilot program at Theodore Wirth, and then because he was overseeing 2 golf courses last year, he already began implementing at Meadowbrook. The course conditions were very similar to the year prior. That was one of the key things, is that the golf clientele needed to be, their expectations needed to be met. And I know he's already begun implementing this at Meadowbrook, and he's training in the new foreman at Wirth on the process.
Fantastic. So since we are seeing comparable conditions, but with significantly reduced pesticide use, is it possible for that approach to be utilized at all the courses moving forward? Like, do we have a plan for, now that we're getting another course online, is Hiawatha next, then Columbia? Like, are we looking at how we implement that across the entire system?
This might be a better question for someone else, but I know at Hiawatha, because the same foreman also does Fort Snelling, he's more focused on organics because that was kind of what he was tasked with. Okay. And also he's dealing with the European Schaefer right now, so he's got a little bit of a different demand on him right now. But if there's someone from Recreation, or Jeremy Barrick, if you have any insight on the other courses, I do not have a great answer.
Well, and I understand too, if this is a question that can be better answered at a later date, I'm fine waiting as well.
Hi, this is Jeremy. I think it might be a better question for about.
So Jeremy's breaking up on me. I'm going to take that as a yes. Someone's going to follow up with me again at a later date on this issue.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So with the delay in implementation of the turf pilot project, in 2020. Do we need to extend that pilot by 1 year to accommodate the delay and ensure that we're getting a full 3 years of pilot in place?
Based on the recommendation from our consultant, 3 years is the very minimum. So yes, I would say you would want to extend by 1 year.
Okay, and will you need a board action to do that, or is that possible for you to do without board action?
I believe we probably can push that out, but I'll let Jeremy speak to that.
I'll try again here. Maybe my service is better.
Slightly better.
Slightly better. Yeah, I don't know that we need unless there's something in this resolution that gave us a deadline specific to that.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think, yeah, then no, we would be okay.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my last question, have we notified the MDA about the European Schaefer infestations that we're seeing throughout the system?
Yes, I report them as I identify each park, and then I have spoken by email last week directly with someone at the MDA to confirm how we are identifying. So they are getting our records as fast as I can report them.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for making sure that we're keeping them in the loop, since this does have the impact, does have the potential to have a huge impact on the metro area. With that, I have no further questions. I'm not seeing any additional questions from my colleagues on the committee or on the larger board. So I will ask Secretary Ringgold to please call the roll on this resolution. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening, Ms. Ryan and Mr. Barrick.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice Chair French.
Aye.
Chair Musich.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Wonderful, that carries. And we have nothing additional on the agenda this evening. So not hearing any objections, I will declare the Operations and Environment Committee adjourned.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Yep.
Time being 8:57 p.m., I would like to call to order the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee meeting of May 9th, 2021. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Chair Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Will the Secretary please take the roll on approval of the agenda?
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 1 absent.
That passes. I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes for May 19th, 2021.
So moved.
Will the Secretary please take the roll on approval of the minutes?
That's the wrong day, but.
Oh, today is May 19th. Oh,
Wednesday, April 7th.
April 7th. Thank you, Commissioner Forney.
So moved.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. We have a action item. Resolution 2021-2014. Would someone like to read it?
Resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit in priority order park infrastructure climate change resiliency project up to 12 million, North Commons Regional Vision Part 2 funding 6 million, Grand Rounds Missing Link interpretation 12.3 million, and Waterworks Riverside Phase 5 million, for a total of up to 35.3 million in Minnesota Management and Budget MMB for 2022 State of Minnesota State Capital Budget.
Any presentation, any discussion? I would like a presentation, please. Director Arvidson, would you be giving this presentation?
Yes, Chair Vita, I'd be happy to give a presentation.
Thank you.
We'll give Secretary Ringgold a moment to bring it up, but I will just note while she's doing that, that this is a usually biannual process, sometimes annual process of approving those projects that staff will submit into the bonding cycle with the state legislature. So this is for the bonding year of 2022. Staff is recommending 4 projects, many of which you have seen before, and one of which is included in the 2021 Park Board budget as a budget goal. So you can advance to the next slide. So the 4 projects, as were just read in the resolution, are a park infrastructure climate change resiliency project of up to $12 million. This is was included as a budget goal this year. And then 3 projects that have been submitted in some form before: North Commons Vision, Grand Rounds Missing Link, and the Waterworks Riverside Phase. I'll note for the commission, for the committee, that the state has changed the way it is asking for submittals from local governments this year. Historically, there's been an earlier kind of a May deadline for preliminary and then an October deadline for final. This year, they are asking us to go straight to our final submittals due on June 18th. State agencies have until later in the year to finalize their proposals, but local government agencies need to meet this June 18th deadline. So we do have plenty of time to do that at this meeting and the next meeting, and then staff will submit projects. Next slide, please. So the first project is a new one. I want to highlight that we've seen some presentations lately at the board. Climate projections do suggest more significant rainfall events over time, along with more precipitation falling as rain rather than snow. It's of course a fact that most rain that falls on Minneapolis ends up in our parks, and that makes our waterside infrastructure in particular at risk over time for higher flood levels, higher water levels, and ground saturation. So this request, which is not completely defined yet, would include a suite of projects within our master plans that are designed to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So this is a little bit general right now, and staff are going to continue to work on exactly what this package of projects is. We want tangible projects in a variety of legislative districts so that this can be sold to the legislature by our lobbying team. So we recognize that it's a little bit vague right now, but this project could include things like trail relocations or transformations to boardwalks, which is included in our master plans, so more of a permeable surface, parkway, roadway, and parking lot relocation, elimination, or redesign, say using permeable surfaces again, raised and redesigned bridges. We do have several bridges that are being impacted by water right now, and then also additional flood and stormwater management areas that also provide habitat benefits, which are called for in several master plans as well as the ecological system plan. Next slide, please. I want to show a couple of images from master plans for what this could look like. This is a vision from the Minnehaha Creek Master Plan adopted recently. Notice this is a landscape that involves a variety of ecological as well as recreational benefits, with trails that are out of the floodway and a more meandering creek that actually provides better flood storage and also better recreational amenity. So this is the kind of project that is very resilient and was designed as such and could be included in this package. Next slide, please. Another example here is in the Bedeh-Makaska Harriet Master Plan, where there is a vision to actually create different shorelines with boardwalks along them rather than pervious trails. So there's several locations around the lakes where this is envisioned to better manage lake bounce and stormwater. And so this is another piece that could be included in such a project. Next slide. I'll move on to the second request that we're proposing, which is the North Commons Community Center. You'll all remember this from last year. It is in the adopted North Service Area Master Plan. It's a significant re-envisioning of the North Commons Park for community gathering, athletics, arts, and work skills development. The Park Board has allocated $2.5 million in its own CIP, and we were successful in getting $5.3 million allocated by the state of Minnesota in 2020. We did have an $11.25 million request, however, so this request this year would be part 2 of that same phase 1 implementation. Not a phase 2 implementation, just a completion of the funding. And that phase 1 does include the new community center, an expanded and revised water park, and new parking. It does not, I want to clarify for anyone listening at home, it does not include the artificial turf field nor the seasonal sports dome. There has been concern about that in the past. All we are asking for is a completion of funding for the same phase 1 project, not going beyond the northeastern corner of the site. Next slide, please. You can see as shown in this graphic, the outlined area in red is the project area we're envisioning here. Same as 2 years ago. Next slide. The last 2 projects have to do, are things that we've brought forward before. One is the Grand Rounds Missing Link. This would be a $12 million project to implement trails on the portions that are currently city-owned and which we do have partnership with the city where we could do this work. That's most notably along Industrial Boulevard and also along 27th Avenue nearer the Mississippi River. Next slide. And the final project is the Waterworks Riverside phase. There was some talk earlier tonight about the grand opening of the Waterworks mezzanine phase. Our work is not quite yet complete. The Riverside phase would expose some of the historical resources that are still available there, as well as provide additional river access. So this is the next level of project on the Mississippi Riverfront downtown, and this would be a $5 million request. It also helps keep our obligations to the Minneapolis Parks Foundation and other community funding partners. Next slide. So just to recap, we want to make sure that there's a good suite of projects that range across the city, but that there aren't too many, because we don't want to overwhelm the legislators. Those are the 4 that staff are proposing. Obviously, 1, again, was a budget goal, and 3 are things that we've asked for before. I've heard good guidance from our lobbying team that we want to close the loop on those ones that we've been talking about before we move on into brand new things if we can help it. So that's what we're proposing for you today. I'm happy to answer questions. I also know that Brian Rice and probably Pamela Gokemeyer are on the call if you want any additional context around lobbying for these kinds of projects. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Director Arderton. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Very exciting. First of all, I have a huge apology. The 26th Avenue overlook, huge error on my behalf to say that the state contributed, is that the right word? Anyway, $3 million towards that, thanks to Representative Lee. So, you know, how important it is that those legislative agendas, you know, that they're happening, and it just excites me. I am particularly excited about the park infrastructure. You know, we talked earlier about the refectory and the need to move the sailing school. Well, everybody wants that refectory to happen as soon as possible. But if you look closely at the edge of that lake, it is in such horrible condition, and you know, we're losing trails. We have a completely unusable Northwest athletic field because of drainage issues. So, I mean, this really addresses what everybody sees, but they're not aware of. And I think that, you know, one of the things I would really appreciate is how we can raise people's awareness of how essential that that particular item is. Like I say, I don't think that people are really truly aware of how degraded our infrastructure is. So I really appreciate that we're putting this in number one, and look forward to putting flesh on it. So thank you, as usual, Dr. Harbison.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I'm echoing again.
We can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Sweet. Thank you, Chair Vita. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm not on this committee. I'm interested in understanding when the package of infrastructure, climate change, resiliency projects would be presented to the board for consideration and decision making. Is that going to be at our first meeting in June or second meeting in June, or when will that happen?
Commissioner Musich, Chair Vita, I suppose it depends on the degree that you want to approve the exact projects within the package, or whether that will be based on staff collaboration.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering when we will know as a board what's being proposed for that grouping. I don't necessarily have an opinion about whether or not we need to direct you on what should be in it.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Musich, there's a couple of ways that could go. I think if it's a matter of informing the board what is included in the package so that you have knowledge to work with the legislators, then we can submit that either just to you directly or as a PNC around the time that it is submitted. If there's a desire among the board to actually approve that package of projects, then we would have to be bringing yet another action before you at some point before the June 18th deadline.
Okay, so at some point we'll get informed on what's in there.
Yes.
I guess I'm very interested in this piece. I have lots of things in my district that I think could be included, and so I want more details whenever they're available.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Musich, I'd be happy to have that conversation with you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I have a couple questions. One is I'm concerned also about the specific goals for the resiliency project. So I am interested to know exactly what we're going to factor into this, and how we ask for money. I also have a question for Council Rice about the ranking order of this. Like I want to know your opinion, Council Rice, since you're the person usually delivering this message and asking for the money. Is there, like, what do you think about the ranking order of this?
President Vito, what I would say to the board is this, and I think it's been my philosophy for a number of years. Once the board decides to put something on this request to the legislature, I think it's a very serious step. You should understand what it is you're asking for and why you're asking for it. Commissioner Forney, you referenced the 26th Avenue overlook. That was on the board's agenda for, I think, 8 years before we got the money, or 7 years, but we got it. And likewise, the Phillips Pool and Gym was on the agenda for, probably 5 years before we got it. East Phillips was. And I think 3 of these 4 priorities are very clear, very well vetted, and things we've worked on at the legislature before, and that's North Commons, Grand Rounds Missing Link, and Waterworks. We've put considerable time talking into North Commons. That kind of came on just a year or 2 ago. It rose to the top in part because we had a tour with Commissioner Franz, and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan took an interest in it, and last year was a big equity issue, and so North Commons rose rather quickly, but still is only partially completed. If I were ranking this, I would put that as number one. Grand Route's missing link is something this board's tried to do for 100 years, and got put on the agenda just last year. And Waterworks is a project that, as Commissioner Forney also said, is opening yet this week, but it was a more comprehensive project. And I would rank North Commons, missing link, and Waterworks in a 1, 2, 3 fashion. I would not recommend you list the Park Infrastructure Climate Change Resiliency Project as number one. I think that is clearly a huge issue, but I also think you have to look at your audience. And as well, we recognize climate change is real and affecting our property and the world. I'm not necessarily sure that selling it that way to a Republican legislature would probably get the same reaction at this point, or at least a Republican Senate. And I also think we did do a lot of work just last week at Chair Lee's request about possible federal projects and federal water projects. But I honestly have to say that I would rather see the board come up with definitive, well spelled out projects that you know that you're asking the legislature for, so we can defend them and you can defend them when your legislators talk to you. I think that there's no doubt a $12 million need for park infrastructure climate work, but that's rather nebulous and vague at this point. And at least in my experience, the rating people at the state would probably, I think the goal is great there and the need is great, but I really think you want to be able to present to the, I'm a salesperson, Pamela is too. It's our job to kind of take your ideas and then sell them to legislators. And I think having concrete examples of what it is we're trying to sell we're going to be much more effective rather than a more nebulous concept that would give us it's not a blank check that we're asking for, but I think any city in the state could start saying they've got a 12 or 20 or $50 million need to respond to resiliency changes. So that's my opinion. I would change the order and start with North Commons first and then go down, and then I would encourage the board to probably look at 3, 4, 5. We had about a half a dozen projects that were all good projects that we were looking at with Representative Lee last week on this climate change issue. But my recommendation is before the board, because you have to have this resolution to submit it to the state of Minnesota. It's not a staff recommendation. It's the Minneapolis Park and Recreation elected 9 members of the board that are formally making a request to the Minnesota legislature for projects which, if granted, the understanding is that this board will implement.
Thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Forney.
I'll defer to Director Arvidsson first, please.
Director Arvidsson.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I just want to make a quick clarification to Council Rice's comments that in an earlier slide, it was stated that we're going to refine the ask on the climate change resiliency project. I certainly do not intend to submit a vague project that looks like a blank check. We will develop specific projects with more specific cost estimates. That's why it's an up to $12 million number there rather than a hard number at this point. So there's more refinement to be done there before the June 18th deadline. But the intent absolutely is to have a clear and defined project with specific geographies across our state.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I would like to keep this as a #1 priority. It is paramount to me, it really is. And it speaks so much to what this park system is. And we can morph it in probably a lot of ways. I trust staff to address it, but the climate change issues that are so critical in North Minneapolis. And we, hear, at every meeting, how critical it is to deal with the issues of North Minneapolis. I trust staff to come to us with some tangibles and everything. I also appreciate, definitely, Councilor Rice's, that we need to make something incredibly tangible to sell this. And so I would like to keep it as number one, pass it as it is, and rely on staff to bring forward to us something that is saleable even to Republicans. I said that.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I definitely am looking forward to the more descriptive items that staff is going to provide. I'm not sure about the order at this point, but I will vote in support of it to move this forward. I do think priorities are North Minneapolis and some of the other items listed here, because we got so much support from our legislative body around those issues, and I would like to see that work continue. So I'm not completely opposed to the order, but we'll reserve my strongest opinion until we see what those items will be as related to the $12 million. Is there any further discussion? Will the secretary please take the roll on resolution 2021-214?
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 1 absent.
If that passes, we have no further business. I declare the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee adjourned.
Okay, I think I'm the last in line, so I'm going to convene the Administration and Finance Committee order here at 9:21, and let the secretary please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I will take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. I will take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May 5th, 2021.
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. We have 2 action items. The first one is Resolution 2021-215. Resolution approving a fundraising agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Phelps Activities Council intended to support conversion of a natural turf field to an artificial turf field at Phelps Field Park, a part of the Minneapolis Park system. So does anybody have any questions or, oh, I see a hand up there, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm interested in understanding how the delays that this agreement will cause in implementation of the athletic field improvements is going to be communicated to the public, and also in understanding whether or not any substitutes for crumb rubber have been identified that do not have the potential health concerns that are associated with the crumb rubber fill that is typically used in artificial turf.
And we have Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, I think, around to address those questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair Forney, and thank you, Commissioner Musich, for the question. The first one, relative to our planned capital improvement project, we did put a project out to bid. It turns out that it came back over bid, and we're having to reject the bids. We wouldn't really take it back to the bidding market until next year anyway at this time. And so we have to communicate the fact that we are delaying the improvements by 1 year to the public. We just, that's an instance that came up almost concurrent with this item because the bids just came in. So we would be delaying it, and we would be essentially reinitiating that process about the same time next year. So it actually would align well with the term of the fundraising agreement. We picked May 1st of 2022 as being the point at which the funds would have to be raised. To your second question.
Before you move on to my second question, we have received grant funds to implement athletic field improvements in this location. Are those funds required to be spent by a certain date?
Commissioner Musich, I'm certain that Director Swenson can send me a text to answer that question, and I'll get. But
okay, hopefully he'll do that while you're answering my second question.
Yes, well, that's why I was going to jump to the second question. So relative to the infill material used on any artificial turf that we would be bringing forward as a new construction or a significant rehabilitation of an artificial turf field, we passed a resolution, the board passed a resolution in, I believe, 2017, saying that before we embarked on any other artificial turf field, we would bring to the board the latest information on crumb rubber, on replacements for crumb rubber infill. John Duesman has been tracking that diligently since even before 2017 in that resolution. I can't tell you off the top of my head what alternatives exist, but we would be bringing that forward to you before we implement anything, even under this fundraising agreement.
Okay, so at this time, we're not sure that there's an alternative available to replace crumb rubber.
Commissioner Mishas, let me frame it this way. We know there are several other alternatives to crumb rubber. We don't know which is actually the best alternative at this point. We know that they're likely more expensive, but we don't know which is the best.
Okay, so there are known alternatives that we could put in our system that are usable outside. It looks like Director Swenson has joined us and can potentially answer this question.
And so Director Swenson can maybe elaborate on this a little more. There are some organic infill materials that could be used. There are also some essentially some non-organic replacements, and we just don't know yet which is the best at this time. And I don't know if whether you can clarify that at all as you answer the other question.
Yep. And on the organic infill options, I guess I'd also like to understand if those require herbicide treatments to manage weed growth on them, because that was something that we had identified as a potential concern back in 2016 when we were talking about this for quite a bit.
Good morning, Commissioner Musich. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder is correct. There are some alternatives. We're looking into them now. There's some that are being installed in the eastern side of the metro area. So we'll be evaluating those. I'm not sure about the herbicide application. There's a few more fields that have used this other application in Wisconsin. So our intention is this summer to try to get there and take a look at them, talk to operations staff, and see what's required. So there are alternatives. We just don't know exactly, as Michael stated, that what is the best one to bring forward at the time. Then to answer the second question, we have two Hennepin U Sport grants that are associated with the field improvements. We did provide an update to the county that we were out for bid. So we would let them know that that bids came in high and what our delay is, and just keep them up to date. And they've been fairly receptive to our request for extension. So I wouldn't expect that we would have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you for that additional information on this item. I appreciate it.
Okay, I thought I saw Commissioner French's hand up. I'm not seeing it now. Commissioner French, did you want to speak to this item?
Well, I think Commissioner, you should answer a lot of my questions about the club.
I can barely hear you. Speak up just a little bit more.
I think Commissioner Newton answered most of my questions, asked most of the questions I wanted to ask about the front rubber and the feasibility of doing something else. I would be a little bit apprehensive at supporting it if we don't have some alternatives. So that's all. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Good. Okay. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other hands up and everything. So I have a couple questions. Sorry, but Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, you just turned off there. So what is the longevity of artificial turf?
Chair Forney, I think it actually varies with the type of field and infill, and and again, not too much different than our the natural turf fields. The intensity of use that goes on with those, even with artificial turf fields, and we see it in some of ours. We see wear patterns in essentially the carpet, so to speak, in those areas around the goal zone in soccer fields. So it's really hard to predict. It might be that we would be on a 12 to 15 year typical replacement, but it might be slightly shorter than that for fields that are more intensively used. And that is one of the things that the artificial turf field, in this case, the arguments made is that Phelps Field Park could be more intensively used than what it is right now as a natural turf field. But like natural turf fields, you're hitting on a point that's important. They do require maintenance and eventual replacement. And when they get to the replacement, they're still expensive to replace.
Thank you. I don't make a big deal out of it, but whenever we've had artificial fields, I've voted against it. It just fundamentally seems counter to everything that natural parks, okay? I understand the intensity. I understand, a use of our fields. I guess I would rather see us all go on a path of how can we rest our soils, so that they are usable in a more continuous fashion. And I'm not just talking about fields, I'm talking about our entire system. I mean, the one that, to me, of course, because it's so close to me and everything like that, is Thomas Beach. Literally, those grounds are concrete right now. And if we want to talk about climate resiliency, they are not doing anything to enhance the water quality in our lakes. And I would really like to forward to staff to come up with some sort of a policy of how we can rest our soils throughout the system. Fields, you know, the Loring Park, all of these places that are just, we're grounding into them over and over again. And so I'd rather us come up with a policy. I mean, hearing that whatever longevity might be 15 years, and we're going to have to come up with the same amount of money to put in another one, seems just like that's not fiscally responsible as far as I'm concerned. I'd rather rest our field. Yes, we would lose maybe revenues for a year and maybe, you know, the activities and everything, but I just feel very strongly that in the long term, this is not a prudent way to go. And I guess there's the other thing is, where do those turf fields go once they're finished? Do they just go into landfills? So I have a real value conflict with this. So I am going to be voting no on this. I appreciate Phelps for wanting to do the fundraising, but I just, my own, I can't do this. So anyway, I don't see any other hands up. So if the secretary, oh, excuse me, I'm not sure that we have officially moved this. If somebody would please at least move it. By me reading it does not constitute a motion apparently. Thank you. Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you. So I'll have somebody else move the motion, our resolution 21.
I'll move 2021-216, a resolution approving 2 one-year license agreements with Bird and Lyft, respectively, for the authorization to place equipment for and permit use of shared low-power vehicles throughout the Minneapolis park system.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or would like a presentation on this? I'm seeing Commissioner Musich.
So I don't need a presentation, but I would just like to get on the record noting how incredibly obnoxious it is to see these ditched all over the system. And I'm hopeful that with designating locations for them to be dropped off and picked up, that we will see less of them tossed in fountains and lakes and creeks and blocking trails and entrances to buildings during this summer season. I really hope that people can be more respectful of the park system when they're done utilizing scooters as a mode of transportation. So that was really all I had to say, and hopefully these companies can help their users get on board with that as well. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, I can concur with Commissioner Musich. I have great difficulty when they're dropped across a path. You know, I've seen them in the lake. It really is quite discouraging. So I appreciate that this is a 1-year agreement, and I guess I'm saying you're on patrol, or what's that called? Whatever. Notice, right? Okay. Anyway, that these need to be put in proper places. You know, whatever that qualifies as, but I put it on these 2 vendors to do that, and hopeful that people comply and be respectful. So with that, will the secretary please call the roll?
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. It passes. And the word I was looking for was probation. So I will declare the committee adjourned. I think we're going into closed session.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Yes, we are now moving into our committee of the whole. And Secretary Ringgold, if you could kind of help us with directing how that is going to go. I believe we're going into a breakout room.
We are. So in just about 60 seconds, you will be asked to go into a breakout room. Accept that. It's going to take maybe a little bit of time just for us to make sure we've secured it as a, I think we actually have to call roll and everything on this committee before we do it. But once you're through roll and you've established your committee and you've said that you're going into closed session, then it'll probably take us just a couple of minutes to make sure that the session is actually closed.
Sounds good. Thank you for that. So at this time, I'd like to call to order the committee of the whole. The secretary call the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll now ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
A second. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on approving the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes and 3 absent.
That carries. I'll ask now for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
That
Second.
very good. There's been a motion and a second. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on going into closed session.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes and 3 absent.
That carries. We're in closed session, and now we will move into the breakout room.
Okay, thank you. Just checking. Tim, are you confirmed our broadcast is done? All right, the last thing I need to do is hit record. I think we're almost ready. Just give it 2 more seconds. We need to clear a couple more people out of the boardroom.
Might be the only one, but I'm really hoping we get to go back in person. I mean, it's the number of roll calls. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Yesterday, thank you for looking through the files, and I stopped by to talk to Cindy Anderson. 5 minutes later, I feel like, I haven't seen you for so long.
Okay, so just wait 1 second. We're confirming a couple of things. Sounds like they can hear the audio, so hang on 1 second. We should not have. Let me go back to the other room and check. Oh shoot, what did I do? You've got to be kidding me, I just did that.
You have to.